Let me know how my audio is. My name is Elder Echo, and today we're going to be playing Strange Horticulture. This is essentially a... Sorry, give me a second. There we go. Sorry about that, I had monitoring on still. Alright, so today we are going to be doing a walkthrough of Strange Horticulture. This is... It's still on, are you kidding me? How is it still on? Oh, I am not the smartest. It's because I have my stream open on Twitch. Okay, I'm not... Okay, there we go. Sorry. All right, I'm just gonna have to cut that from the VOD. All right, hi, my name is Elder Echo. Today we are playing Strange Horticulture. Strange Horticulture is essentially a visual novel puzzle game. It is set in the fictional world of Undermere, which is inspired by Gothic and steampunk. And in this game, you run a little, I don't want to say, it's not really a flower shop. It's a horticulturalist shop. So yeah, we're going to dive right into it. I have played this game before, so I won't be able to tell you how to get some of the more basic achievements because I have them already unlocked, but I know that there's a ton of guides on Steam that can help you with that. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Let me know how the volume is, by the way. The streets of Undermere are narrow and claustrophobic. In many places, the buildings lean out at the upper floors so that neighbors can reach across and shake hands or, more likely, exchange unpleasantries. Strange Horticulture is a small shop situated away from the main thoroughfares, but it has the advantage of being one of the few buildings in Undermere that stands alone. Plants, you may have noticed, need light, and light is in short supply at street level in this town. You'll see it says Strange Horticulture, number 22. Recently, the shop passed to me after the death of my uncle. There is much to learn, but one thing is already clear. The rare and unusual plants that he stocked have their uses after all. Day 1, Friday. You can hold Shift to zoom in on small text. It's a very cozy game. I'm going to lower the volume on my side real fast. I can figure out how. Let me know how your volume is on your end. Okay. So we have a letter here. It says, "I've found it. An excerpt on the elusive wandering boo. Come to the library in Ambleside and I'll tell you all about it. I even found something on the gilded dendro that might be of interest. Simone. P.S. Give Hellbore a good scratch behind the ear from me." So here's Hellbore. It's our cat. You can pet the cat in this game. Over here you'll notice we have a little piece of paper. I'm going to grab that. It's got a little icon on it. You'll notice it matches that of the flower. Over here we have a variety of tools. We have the Strange Horticulture Guide by Wilfred Voynich. That's of course a reference to the Voynich manuscript. You can put things wherever, I guess not wherever you like in this one. It says, "Dangerous plant grows sparsely in the hills to the northeast of Backbarrow. Keep it secret." We have an archive here for things we don't care about anymore. We have labels. a magnifying glass, a map, which gives us points in the will to explore, a little disc, a code disc, a magnifying glass, and of course some labels. So we're going to do something really quickly. We have all these plants here, right? We're going to see which ones we can identify just using the clues that we have already. So we're going to open this up. A note from the author. This encyclopedia can be used as a reference to help identify plants. Note that where I have included sketches, these are not always intended as an aid to identification. Often the description will be more useful to you. Remember to take extra care when dealing with poisonous plants. I accept no responsibility should injury or death occur as a result of misuse of this encyclopedia. W.V., which is of course Wilfred Voynich. So we can look here and see we have the bishop's parasol, Episcopus pellorant, a mushroom found in dark, damp places, feeding on any light that gets close to it. It can seem to draw light in, enveloping its surroundings in darkness. The gills on the underside of this mushroom seep a milky liquid that can be consumed as a treatment for stomach pains. So we're going to see over here if any of these plants, under the closer inspection tool, have anything that's similar. So here this says it has a milky fluid. It smells strongly of sour milk, bad enough to make my eyes water, but it doesn't necessarily look like it has anything dark around it. And while we're here, I might as well explain the other dials, the buttons we have here. Will to explore will let us explore the world of Undermere. A closer inspection is this tool here, obviously. And a rising dread happens when you make a mistake in the game. And if that hits the maximum, I think you take a sanity hit, or there's a test. One of the things is that in this game, there will only ever be one of a given plant. So for instance, we will find 2 copies of Bishop's Parasol. Also note that some of the plants here are not going to line up with the plants that we already have uncovered here. We're going to get entries as to the identities of plants through the game. It says here, Farmer's Worry, Agricola timor, a spongy mushroom with potent abilities, only safe to consume in small quantities. Grants great strength for short periods at the expense of severe fatigue once the effect has worn off. And this is obviously not going to be Farmer's Worry because this has dots and this does not have dots. This says not as spongy as most mushrooms. In fact, the undersides are quite sharp, are somewhat sharp. Red warts protrude from the caps. Next we have here forest camphor, and the strong smelling chamomile sylva. The strong smelling bulb of this plant has a powerful soporific effect that means it makes you sleepy, making it a common ingredient in sleeping draughts. The camphor produces a beautiful rounded dark blue cluster made up of many smaller flowers. So we're going to look at this one. This one says it smells pleasant, but this is not forest camphor. And the reason we can tell is because forest camphor, if we look at these flowers right here, they have 6 petals, and these flowers only have 4, so this can't be forest camphor. We have fox button up next. We're going to put this down here. This one says it's pungent but not unpleasant. The bulb is a soft yellow, the leaves are waxy. It says the strong smelling bulb of this plant has a powerful soporific effect. The flowers here do match. It's a dark blue cluster, has many flowers, and it is in a bulb. So this may be forest camphor. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a label. We're going to move the plant here. We're going to figure out a color coding system, and I'm going to go with yellow for potential and add a question mark. Forest camphor. We're going to put that over here on a shelf with plants that we're pretty sure we've identified. And I like to do this as the first thing in my game. Also, we can water the plants. Very cozy. I like to do that. The creature is set. The creature is set? What does that mean? The creature is loose. Oh yes, hello, hello. It's nice to meet you. You actually have sent the first YouTube comment. We're also going to go here. We have the fox button up next. It says a fox button, Caninum vulpes. An offering of fox button is considered by some to represent a contract of friendship between strangers. Also, let me know how my audio is. We're going to look at this, and it says it smells of nothing that I can detect. The thing is that these leaves somewhat match the fox button leaves, but not perfectly, and these ones also these ones don't really match at all. Move that to the side. But we obviously can tell that, for instance, this plant is not the fox button because it doesn't have those leaves. Gandy root. Apis densis. Apis means bee usually. Like apiary. A plant with medicinal properties that can aid with digestive troubles when prepared correctly. Care must be taken, however, as the rough leaves can be an irritant. Only the petals are safe for consumption. This one says the leaves are coarse to the touch. I'd say this is Gandy root. It's got the same kind of flower that we see here. It's almost a 1-to-1. Has the same number of petals, which looks like it's 5 visible petals, 3 on the outside, 2 on the inside, with a very large stamen. We have this nice curved thin stem. I'd say this is Gandy root. And it also has the irritating leaves. So I'm going to put Gandy root, but with a question mark, because it hasn't been verified. I forget if this game automatically will tag things once they are properly identified. Next up we have Harlequin blue, which I'm pretty sure is this, because maybe not. When the bushy blue flower heads die back, they release seeds with a downy pappus which assists in wind dispersal. Once dried and hardened, the stems can be burned as incense. As they burn, they let out high-pitched shrieks, widely believed to be the spirits of dead souls trapped within the plant. It says the smell is faintly off-putting but not overpowering. This is not a perfect match here, so I'm going to put it that way. That could be Harlequin blue, but I don't like how the sepal doesn't really match, because the sepal on this one is spiky, right? And this one is smooth, so I hope I'm using the right words. That might be lemon dandy. Its curled leaves are thought to be, it says, yep, lemon dandy, Citrum crispus. Its curled leaves, look how curled they are thought to be the origin of the name of this plant, supposedly referring to a peeled lemon rind. Among several medicinal uses, the flower of the lemon dandy is mostly associated with curing afflictions of the heart. And I know this is a little bit boring. The reason we're doing this now is we will be getting a lot of plants, and if we don't categorize them as we get them, it's going to be really hard later on. So it's worth doing this as your first step in the game. And this says Mary's breath. Salatum regis. The wide, waxy leaves allow this plant to collect the large amount of water it requires. It is said that a person can be bound to secrecy using Mary's breath. It used to be grown in the royal gardens so that the king could ensure the trust of his confidants, but that practice fell out of favor. This one has smooth, waxy leaves, and they are wide. I mean, this could be Mary's breath, but we don't see the striation here, and it's not a perfect match. So I'm gonna I'm gonna use purple for this to mean that I don't have high hopes. Mary's breath question mark. So that means that there might be multiple candidates. If I'm pretty sure, and there's only one candidate for it, it's going on this top shelf. Mellow Glow. Cincinus matutus. Among other uses for this plant, the most remarkable is that it can allow a person to pass unnoticed. Though not invisible, it is possible to become hidden from sight and memory. The Mellow Glow has sharp thorns that protect it from predators. I mean, those thorns don't look identical, so I'm not even gonna put it there. Wren. The long leaves of the wren are Ipsum flavus. The long leaves of the wren are known to turn black in the presence of certain poisons, and so can be used to detect them. Though it has no flower, it is said to smell unpleasant to those who have known death and sweet to those who have not. Well, we've known death because our uncle died. It says this one's unpleasant. This could be wren, the leaves, but there's a lot of things that are unpleasant, so I'm putting this under purple. I actually don't remember which plants are which, so this really is kind of, it's like getting to play the game again. I mean, like from scratch. We have St. John's poppy. This is a poppy. Papaver valemity. The vibrant petals of this flower can be brewed to create a draught that greatly improves the imbiber's hearing ability. The flowers of the St. John's poppy are bright red with a yellow center. Yeah, this is St. John's poppy. Only reason we're putting a question mark is because we haven't confirmed it. The way you confirm it is by using the plant for certain things. We have winter boar next. Also known, it says aloe caerulum. Also known as blue aloe or blue winter after its cool blue-gray flowers. Winter boar is a hardy plant often found growing in extreme cold environments. The rubber leaves make an effective insect repellent when applied to the skin. So I moved this over here for a reason. If we look at the lemon dandy, that's what lemon dandy looks like. If we look at this, has like the smooth things we were talking about earlier. So I think this could be Harlequin blue. It's got bushy blue heads. This has an airy scent. I'm going to put this under Harlequin blue. Under purple though. Yeah, maybe it's yellow, I don't know. Harlequin blue, question mark. You get a lot more label styles in the sequel to this game, which is Strange Antiquities, which involves artifacts. And a lot of jewelry in it, which is fun. So winter boar. It says it has cool blue-gray flowers. This doesn't match in terms of shape. This matches, but it's not. These are purple. So I don't think we have it yet. We don't have it. Oop. Come on. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's fine. Alright, we're gonna load this up. Is that the last page? You know what? That would be why. It's the last page. Okay. So we've tried to identify so far everything we can. This could be Bishop's Parasol because it smells milky, but I'm putting it under red because this one I'm the least certain about. I usually like to sort my plants by color and whether they are funguses or not. But obviously right now it's just plants I've identified, I'm pretty sure I've identified, plants I may be identifying, and plants I'm really not sure about. So before we go out, before we take our first client, we're going to go over here, and we're going to say, it says here, I found it, an excerpt, we're going to read this now, an excerpt on the elusive wandering boo. Come to the library in Ambleside and I'll tell you all about it. I have even found something on the gilded dendra that might be of interest, Simone. P.S. Please give Halvor a good scratch behind the ear for me, which we did. So we're going to look at this map and we are going to find Ambleside. Here it is. Click it. The library here in Ambleside is one of my favorite haunts. Simone the librarian is always helpful and friendly and shares some of my passion for unusual plants. Today she's grinning ear to ear and can't wait to show me what she's found. And we have 2 book entries which will automatically be added to our book. The gilded dendra, Marisca orbitus. Do not drink the sap of this plant. The lips and veins will turn black as the blood succumbs to dendra's miasma, a sure and painful way to die. The poison is so potent that even touching the leaves of the plants can be painful. We have Wandering Boo, who's so called because Bullium vagus. The other one was Marisca obitus, so for Wandering Boo. So called because this fungus can move slowly in the dark. It has been known to cover distances of up to several meters in a night. The gills on the underside of this mushroom form beautiful flowing lines. They're also quite hard and sharp, earning this plant the nickname Finger's Bane. So we're gonna close that, add it to the book. We're gonna look at this. Undersides are sharp, not spongy. It's got the dots we just saw. Maybe this is Wandering Boo. We'll see there's a check mark, meaning that we have completed the objective here. So we're going to archive that note. We're going to tag this as Wandering Boo. Question mark. Notice this game doesn't really have time limits, but certain things do have to be done on certain games, as is stereotypical of a visual novel. Also, let me know how the audio is if you're watching this as a stream. You'll see that the Will to Explore meter has gone back up. So we are going, it says, oh, there we go. It says you can wander your plants to earn more Will to Explore. You can also just wait though. It says, dangerous plant grows sparsely in the hills to the northeast of Back Barrow. Keep it a secret. So we're going to find Back Barrow. Sorry to cluck. There's Back Barrow. There's hills and they're northeast. And it says for M21 on the map, the weather changes fast out in the hills. What started as a grey morning has turned into bright sunshine. A good thing too, because it takes me several hours to find what I came for. By the time I'm done, the cloud is sweeping back over. A cloak of unwelcome shade. Collect that, I got a weird plant. I don't know what it is. It's got berries or something on it. Put our little labels away for now, and our book. We're going to take this note, put that over there. This is for a puzzle that we do not have yet, so we're going to take our first client finally. I know we're already like 20 minutes in, but we're finally going to actually take a client. Victoria Gray. I must have walked past this shop 100 times without ever stopping to look. What a wonderful place to spend your day surrounded by plants. I came here because I have an unusual request. At night, I hear whispered voices, too faint to hear clearly, coming from the floor above me, but nobody lives up there. The rooms are empty. My curiosity has got the better of me. I must find out what they are saying. So in this case, you'll see we can drag a plant here. And we can drag any plant technically. If you drag the wrong plant, you will usually get like dinged. You will not always be told what plant the customer wants. Sometimes you're going to have to go through the book and figure it out. But this time, because this is our first person, it should be pretty easy. And it's a plant we have. And it's a plant it's not the plant we got from exploring. Let's use plant. Now the plant's been identified, and the reward is a book entry for Clavilium. Marsilea clavis. According to the legend, Clavilium can be used to open any lock, no matter how complex or secure. The heart-shaped leaves have earned this plant the nickname Lovelock. And the only way you can have your plants identified concretely is through this identification system. So what we're going to do now is we're going to change things. We're going to go here. We're going to say this is St. John's Poppy for sure. I'm going to change these to purple, actually, real fast. If I haven't confirmed it, it's going to be purple. Only ones that I've actually confirmed. I forgot that they don't automatically, what's it called? They don't automatically get tagged like they do in the other game. And the reason we're doing this is because the game does not automatically tag the plants, and they won't, like, there's no mercy system here if you forget which plants are which. Like, if I go here, if I go here and I click St. John's wort, it's not going to, like, highlight it. It just says that I've identified it. So you're definitely going to want to make usage of the labeling system. If you don't like labeling games, you're not going to like this game. I love labeling games, though. I love a library game. Could you guess? We're going to take this. David Schaefer. Good morning. Bloody awful weather out there today. Good for the plants, though, eh? Got a letter for you. Here's the letter. We're gonna read the letter. Goes forth as a hateful town. I was beaten and robbed and left to die in the streets. After many days I was rescued by a kind stranger. Just as I had come to fear that wickedness had infected the heart of every soul in that accursed place. I began my recovery in the woods to the south of the town with a group of travelers. On the northeast corner of the wood I sat and stared at a bright flower, and tears flowed down my face at the reminder that there is beauty in this world. I shall be returning to Undermere soon. Warmest regards, Amos Duncan. Let's go and see where Duncan went. Luckily we can pull this up. So, he went to Gosforth, that's where he started. Here's Gosforth. Being robbed in a stream. He went to the woods and to the south. On the northeast corner of the woods he sat. The wood has a calming effect on my mind. It does me good to escape into nature, away from the stench and clamor of Undermere. It is not long before I spy a bright flower among the trees. We're gonna collect that flower. And we're gonna close that. We're gonna put this in our archive. You can access any notes in your archive later if you want. Most of them are not going to be that useful. That's okay. I'm gonna put this away right now. I'm gonna take our next customer, Gilbert Ames. Something's got those witches in the forest stirred up. They're not letting anyone through. I had to take the long way around, down through Backbarrow. I never did trust the sisterhood. Anyway, I'm here now, and I've brought Fennett from the south to trade for some lemon dandy. Hardly worth the trouble when you factor in the extra miles I had to cover to get here. So we're pretty sure that this is... Where's lemon dandy? This is lemon dandy. And he's bringing Fennett, so we're going to be able to immediately identify it as Fennett. Bam. You'll see it is not automatically identified. We're going to identify the lemon dandy positively as lemon dandy. And we're going to... Was it this one? It was this one, wasn't it? See, this is what I mean when I say be careful. I think this is it. Okay. And this one is the Fennett. So these are just going on the identified section. Faye Swift, my dreams are becoming more vivid. I saw a woman, her face hidden behind a mask, and next to her a terrifying black skeletal creature. It stood tall, its roving head scanning the landscape, and though it had no discernible face, I could sense a hint of an expression about its features. It seemed to be laughing, but not the joyous laughter of a child. A sickly, horrifying laughter that chills me like the first breath of winter. These past weeks have been getting worse. I need sleep. Also, we have bios here for people. This is the first bio unlocked. Faye Swift, the psychic. Faye grew up with her mother. Her father was rarely violent, but once is enough. When he struck her, it finally broke the hold he had over her mother, and she fled into the night at the sleeping Faye held close. Faye often has vivid dreams, but never considered that other people do not. She came to strange horticulture seeking relief from her nightmares. I have a chat log, but we just read that, so I don't need to reread it. My microphone was in the way, I couldn't see the button. Don't judge. This game is Strange Horticulture, and it's the precursor to, what's it called? Strange Antiquities. It's good for some background information. You don't have to play them in order, but this is actually a case where I'd recommend it. So this woman would like some forest camphor. We're pretty sure this is forest camphor given the blue flowers we're going to use to plant. It is forest camphor. We have a book entry here on Butterdale. Often found growing in clumps on valley sides, Butterdale has been used for centuries as a cure for all manner of skin rashes. The dark green leaves can be stewed and mulched to form a poultice. The flowers smell buttery to some people. So we're gonna mark the lemon dandy as identified. Oh, we just did that one, sorry. The forest camphor is identified. We're using yellow labels to mark which plants we've identified, purple for ones that are potential. Now, we're gonna open this back up. What's the name of the plant again? Butterdale. Okay. One of these plants smelled like butter. So we're gonna go to the closer inspection tool, which allows us to look at the plant. This one just says blue flowers, stiff leaves. Pleasant, not the same as butter. Red berries, that's not butter. Strawberry, that's not butter. Red fruits, that's not butter. That's not butter either. Okay, I think this one is. The purple flowers have a light, buttery scent. Yeah, that sounds like Butterdale to me. So we're going to mark this with a purple label here because we're not sure of it, and a question mark just so you remember what purple means. And we're going to move this and put it over here. We have a significant number of plants, which I would like to actually move over here. Also, some plants may be used for multiple things, and we'll have other tools as well. Strange Antiquities is a little more complex, but I really like this. They both stand up. They both really do stand up. And I like that you can pet the cat, and you've got this nice rainy situation going. So these are all the plants we have so far. And as you've seen, we're getting more notes for the notebook to help us identify plants. Got any wandering boo, says Nora Butterfield. It always reminds me of, oh, what's his name? That old hermit inventor, the Wanderer? Anyway, the boo if you've got it. We're pretty sure this is wandering boo because it has sharp undersides and the red dots on the top. And it was wandering boo. We now have a new plant entry. Lady of Summer. Comatessa Estavium. The leaves curl around delightfully, which, combined with an attractive flower and a hardy nature, make this a sought-after ornamental plant. Aids with condition of memory deterioration associated with old age. Well, I need that. Pretty sure it's going to be this, because this is that sweet. It has the sweet-smelling flower. Over here, what is it? It's Lady of Summer. Leaves curl delightfully. Attractive flower. We don't know if it has a hardy nature, so we're pretty sure this is Lady of Summer. We're going to mark this with a purple tag. Lady of Summer, question mark. We're also going to mark the wandering boo as identified using the yellow label because, again, things do not get automatically labeled, so if you rush in this game, you actually might end up having a problem later. We are able to end the day or keep exploring. So what we're going to do is, we are going to open this up. I'm going to think, do we actually want to explore anything? We actually can select anything we want on the map. But I'm not sure if we'll take a hit. Ravenglass. An expanse of water surrounds the coastal hamlet of Ravenglass, which sits on the estuary of 3 rivers. My librarian friend Simone tells me the Romans once used this as a naval point. So we can press end day, or we could wait for this to refill. We're going to press end day in this case. Also, although this is a deck of cards, this is not a random event we're going to have. Let me click this. Row H, the 3rd river. It started when she found something that she was not meant to find. A book tucked away in a forgotten corner of the Ambleside Library. So these tarot cards, it's not random. You get the same one for the specific days. This is day 2, Saturday. First thing we're going to do is solve our tarot card. Get a plant. It says row H. Here's row H, 3rd river. 1, 2, 3. 3rd river. A dead deer in the river, yellowed bone protruding from matted hide and rotten flesh. Death for one provides life for many. And we got this, which is not, it looks very similar, but they're not the same. It doesn't have curled, I don't think this really has curled leaves. So this is not, this is Lady of Summer. This one also could be Lady of Summer. We're gonna mark this with a note. Found on day 2 from tarot card, dead deer event, H river. We're gonna put this over here because they kind of look similar, so I'm a little bit worried about our identification. That's why anything that hasn't actually been identified, we're going with the color coding for the labels. So a lot more label options available in Strange Antiquities. We are going to hit this button. Isidore Burbage, bring me a sample of Apis demesis, and be quick about it. That damn cat is setting off my allergies. Shouldn't have an animal in a shop like this. Apis demesis, we're going to go through here. I'm pretty sure it's, so that's going to be the Latin name. Gandy root. Which one do we think is Gandy root? Well, it isn't this one. It's going to have, it's curled with only one stamen, and didn't I just see this? All right. There we go. Of course, the touch. Yep, pretty sure this is Gandy root. We're going to try this. Yep, it is Gandy root. And we got a book entry. It says Meek Dew. The beautiful flowers, made up of many smaller florets, make this a sought-after decorative plant, although it is difficult to care for. It may be a pleasant-looking plant, but touching the leaves against bare skin will result in painful sores. So, remember that plant we were talking about earlier? It has only 4 little whatevers. Yeah, this looks like this would be Meek Dew. Or her little petals. There we go. So we're gonna write Meek Dew, question mark. Is it Meek, M-E-E-K, or is it Meek with an A for some reason? You never know. It is with an A. There we go. And we're also going to mark this as Gandy root affirmatively. At least when you change the color, it doesn't erase the text. Or put this in our identified shelf. And of course we're gonna touch the cat. David Schaefer, the mailman. Lake Undermere is looking fine in the sunshine today. Here's your mail. We're gonna open the mail. There's an old slate mine at Hard Knot that has some interesting looking fungi growing in it. I've never seen anything like them before. They seem to have found a niche in the damp, dark tunnels left by the tramways. I thought you might be interested. War Mr. Guards, Amos Duncan. Alright, let's go there. Where's Hard Knot? Also, clicking randomly can basically cause you to get sanity loss, so you're not just supposed to just like brute force this. Let me see. Hard Knot, there we go. An iron gate, rusted by years of abandonment, sits across the entrance to the tram tunnel. Rusted it may be, but it won't budge. Locked. So, the thing that opens this is clavicum, but we don't have clavicum yet. So, it's okay that we can't solve this on day one, on like the first day we get it. That's pretty normal, actually. Or, sorry, clavilium. So we're going to press leave, and that letter will go in our letters section because we just literally don't have what we need yet. And we won't even necessarily get it today. Reuben Ward. I'm headed to Grisdale Forest, investigating a possible murder there. Can't say I'm looking forward to it. The Sisterhood are a secretive lot, and they're not keen to talk to me. Their leader, the Arda, or whatever they call her, she's dead. My instinct is they're hiding something. I was hoping you might have some fox button that would help me win them over. Emmerich, let me know how the audio is on your end. We're going to open this up. We're going to look for fox button. An offering of fox button is considered by some to represent a contract of friendship between strangers. Thick, shiny leaves grow in opposing pairs on the stem. It says this doesn't smell of anything I can detect. This isn't a lot of pears, though. Like, these pears don't exactly match. It says they're supposed to be thick and shiny. I guess you're a little shiny. Thick, shiny leaves grow up. These don't match the shape. Blue flowers, stiff leaves. I wouldn't describe these as thick. I'd say these are the thickest right here. But I still don't like it. It's not great, but it might be this one. It was. Fox button. And we have Brimlock here. Those suffering from hypothermia can be rescued by a draught made using leaves from the Brimlock plant. It has a warming effect that protects against the extreme cold. When conditions are just right in the cold of winter, Brimlock produces small yellow flowers. The leaves are waxy and tough. That's what Brimlock is. So this was fox button. We're going to write that down because, as you've seen, they do not automatically label the things for you, so you don't want to rush. I don't think it's a negative quality of life experience. I think it makes it immersive sim, if anything. I like how the cat reacts to the bell. I will lower the sound effects. Oops. Victoria Gray. I was able to make out the whispered voices last night with the help of the St. John's poppy. There's a medium using the room illegally, I might add, holding midnight seances for gullible grievers. Is there a plant you know of that I could use to give them a scare and drive them away? I need my sleep. We're pretty sure this is Harlequin Blue. That's what she's asking for. We're gonna give it... Oops. was correctly identified. We're going to collect that book entry right now. Let me know if the sound is better now, because I lowered the sound effect volume. I can lower it further. Shimmerlung. The dried stem of the shimmerlung burns very brightly and noisily, letting off a near-blinding white-purple light. Flowers grow wrapped in the large, rigid leaves. This is Animatus lumensis. First thing we're going to do is make sure we mark the Harlequin blue correctly. And so we're starting to run out of room on our shelf. What I start doing is I organize them by color usually. We're going to move the dark from like lightest to darkest on this side. And then I usually do a mushroom shelf too. The watering can will allow you to refresh your, what's it called faster, your, the will to explore. And of course, if you look here, one thing is nice is things are automatically checked off if you've identified them, but you can't do anything here. It won't highlight the plant in question. So for instance, we know this is Harlequin blue. If we go over it, no, it doesn't highlight, neither does the lemon dandy, nothing. So we're gonna just double check to make sure that there's no plants we can't still identify. This one says that it's yellow. It has waxy, tough leaves and yellow flowers. I don't think that counts as a flower. Those leaves don't match. Those leaves don't match. Clavellum. We really want to find the clavellum. It's got heart-shaped leaves. This technically has heart-shaped leaves, but one plant can't do two things in the game. So I am considering, because we could technically, if we wanted to, we could brute force a little bit. We can try a plant. We're going to go back here. And if it's not the right plant, we take a little bit of psychic damage, essentially, the Rising Dread meter. I really don't like doing that because it's not very roleplay, so we're not going to do that. We're going to hit the bell again. It is a great mechanic. Yeah, I really like it. Bethany Coleman. You may have heard the rumors that our Arda is dead. May Arduina bring her spirit peace. The nature of her death is unusual. The sisterhood does not often look to outside help, but this is beyond our knowledge. If you show my sisters this letter, they will allow you entry to the forest. To be assured of your discretion, we require that you use Mary's breath to bind yourself to secrecy. Which one is Mary's breath again? Wide, waxy leaves. That's our only clue. There's a lot of... This one says that the veined leaves have a waxy finish. They kind of look like that. This could be it. This can't be it. We also had over here possibly this. This one has smooth waxy leaves, but they're not the right shape. I don't think this is Mary's breath anymore. Putting this under red because I don't think it actually is. But I don't want to remove that. Like, it's still a candidate technically. I mean, it's got waxy leaves. It's not going to be a mushroom, right? We're going to put this in the mushroom section, actually. It's not the wren. That's not broad and waxy. This is not waxy. Nope. So Mary's breath is going to be one of these two. I think it's going to be this one. This one, the leaves match better. There's also, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a subtle veining pattern on the leaves here. And that subtle veining pattern is resembling resembles the veins on over here. So we're going to try and use this. That was the Mary's breath. We've collected a letter now. We're also going to mark this as Mary's breath. We're going to make a new section of plants over here for plants that are kind of just non-floral plants, like the wren. And like, this is Mary's breath. I want to see if this is possibly clavellum. I don't believe it is. I don't think that looks like clavilium to you. Do you? Because I think the leaves are too big. So we're going to just remove the label entirely. To remove a label, just delete all text on the label. Put this down. We're going to open this letter. We have failed in our duty as protectors of the forest. Our secrets have been stolen and the Arda has been murdered. You will find us deep in Grisdale? The cult needs to learn how to write. Forest, a mile from the lake shore across from Torver. Please help us. Yours in hope, the Sisterhood of Arduino. Load this up. There's Grisdale Forest. Wrong letter. Once this letter has been completed, we'll have a little check mark on it, marking it's done once we've done the objective here. Deep in Grisdale Forest, a mile from the lake shore across from Torver. Here's Torver, here's the lake shore. A mile from the lake shore would be here. I guess a mile is just a brick. A sister tries to stop me from entering, but I show her the letter and she lets me through. I am ushered into a walled courtyard and then through a large oak door, along a corridor and down a set of stone stairs into a cool basement. Lying on a table draped in silk is the Arda. There is not a mark on her, but her open eyes are black, her mouth, her veins, her hair, all black as a raven's wing. Do you know what could do this? Asks my escort. I set to work. I'm pretty sure that this is the wren. We're gonna try it. Yep, that's wren. You get a book sample for Grey Sandfire, and we'll read that there's a lot to read. I'm gonna read this before I forget because I am pretty sure this is Grey Sandfire here. Sabulum canis. Sandfire has a tough outer bark which has many useful properties. Some chew it as a form of dental hygiene, taking care not to swallow as it can cause unpleasant okay. I'm gonna open it up again, sorry. What was this called? See, this is why I have to be careful. Grey Sandfire. The flame-like tendrils give off a smoky scent, adding to the impression of a roaring fire. Okay, this smells like wood smoke. It's got outer bark, it's got the tendrils, and it's rough. Okay, cool. And it would be, if the fact that it's rough would mean that it wouldn't be good to swallow, right? So this is called, what's it called again? Grey Sandfire. We're gonna mark this in purple, but I'm pretty sure it's what it is. Is Sandfire 2 words? Yes. We're gonna put this in our section for plants that look kind of funky. The funky plant section. Back to Grisdale Forest. I extract a sample of the Arda's blood and introduce it to the wren, and my suspicions are confirmed immediately. The leaves of the wren turn black, which can only mean one thing: gilded dendra poisoning. Upon presenting my findings, I am rushed away quickly. The sisters do not want me hanging around, it seems. They do, however, send me on my way with a couple of plants, which I am grateful for. Press collect, and the plants we got are this blue one with the kind of cones and a spiky one. So we're gonna start doing some organization here for plants that are newer, because I think we just got an entry for something that resembles. Is that a brimlock? No. It may have been Shimmerlung. There we go. This looks identical to Shimmerlung. Flowers grow wrapped in large, rigid leaves. Ridged leaves. There's ridges on the leaves. The flowers look the same. Shimmerlung, Animatus lumensis. The dried stem of the Shimmerlung burns very brightly and noisily, letting off a near blinding white-purple light. Flowers grow wrapped in the large, ridged leaves. So yeah, this gotta be Shimmerlung. Type that here. We're gonna put this over here. with ones that we're pretty sure we've identified. This is a weird one. Let's see what else we got in here. Ever so often, this is part of the gameplay loop, is you're going to just go through these and see what you got. Oops, it's the last page, that's why. It says winter boar has rubbery leaves. This is turquoise flowers, so it can't be winter boar because winter boar has blue-gray flowers. Bishop's parasol's a mushroom. It might be this one because it smells of soured milk, and this description says that the mushroom seeps a milky fluid, but seeping a milky fluid and smelling like milk are not the same thing. That's one of the ways the game could trip you up. Brimlock has small yellow flowers in some conditions, which we don't know about yet. We're gonna move these over here. The fennel is identified even though we don't have an entry because we were given it explicitly and told, hey, this is fennel. The Butterdale is over here. Dark green leaves, it smells buttery. We have not identified Butterdale yet. We're gonna move this over here. Calavelum, we still don't have anything with leaves resembling that. We've identified forest camphor. We've not identified farmer's worry. Gilded dendra. Do not drink the sap of this plant. It says touching the leaves can be painful. None of these leaves seem... Oh, also we gotta mark the wren as solved, see? And wren is kind of a funky looking plant, so it's going on our funky looking plant shelves. Over here, next to the other funks. Bishop's parasol is going over here just because it's just a mushroom shelf now. Gray sandfire, we're pretty sure we've identified. Lady of Summer, we're pretty sure we've identified. Actually, are we? It says the leaves curl, that's the difference here. You'll see that it has two either pistils or stamens or whatever. It says the leaves curl around delightfully, which when combined with an attractive flower and a hardy nature, make this a sought-after ornamental. So that's great, but like we also have this one, which is technically also nice. It says the dark petals are soft and feathery to the touch. My fingers ache from handling this plant. This might be dendra. Could this be dendra? That actually kind of looks like gilded dendra. The leaves match. It's not gilded in that it's yellow, but I actually want to mark this as gilded dendra. We also found it on a dead deer. Maybe gilded dendra hurts to touch. Leaves match? Question mark. Okay. And then, yeah, we're gonna take another caller. Hello, caller. You have Elder Echo. Isidore Burbage. I'm this close to reporting you half-wit. The last plant you gave me has made my skin itch furiously. I'll have your little shop shut down and torn to the ground if you don't make this right. It says I need to think carefully about which plant to use here. My actions could have consequences. We're going to put this under letters, by the way. We're archiving this letter that we solved. I want this guy to low-key die because he's kind of a jerk. So I'm going to pick the option that lets me destroy him. I always usually pick the nice options in this game, which is non-ideal. So give me a second. Let's check what the plants do here. Butterdale is good for skin rashes. Meek Dew will give him another rash. I think we should give him another rash using the Meek Dew. Let's find the Meek Dew. Also, anything you don't identify through these options, you'll either have an opportunity later to identify, or you can do it in the afterlog of the game, the epilogue. it wasn't Butterdale or Meekdew. Are you kidding me? So I got Rising Dread. We're gonna check here. This beautiful plant made of smaller florets. How is that not Meekdew? Is this Meekdew? Then I guess it's this one. Wait, so if that's not Meekdew, is this Clavicum? We're gonna write not Meekdew. So this is the only other plant we have, the flower with flowers that match. Yep, that's the Meekdew. We're gonna collect that. We got an entry here for Historian. The dark red fruit should not be ingested under any circumstances as they are highly poisonous, resulting in insanity and then death. A cross-section of the stem shows the distinctive triple xylem and phloem of the Storian. Okay, so we're gonna look at this. Red fruits, long leaves. We're gonna go here, Storian. I'm pretty sure this is Storian. It's got dark red fruits. It does say, though, that it has a triple xylem. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 5 here, and that's the problem. This has 5-fold symmetry rather than 3-fold symmetry. I know we're out here talking about base 3. Yeah, he dislikes cats, which makes him kind of a jerk. So we're gonna explore. We're gonna go to here, and we're gonna see if this is clavelum. It was. We got a book entry for Aguria. When burned, incense made from the woody stem can enhance psychic visions, strengthening the clarity of visions and prophecies. Light blue flowers, like rounded tufts of gentle lambswool, characterize this plant. Siccus spectaculum. We also got 3 plants. A bunch of mushrooms. We're going to try and identify those before the next day begins, because as I've stated a billion times by now, it's very easy for this stuff to start to get overwhelming. Did I spell clavicum right? Let's find out. Clavilium? I was saying it wrong the entire time. I was thinking of clavicles is what happened. Clavilium. I do like librarian games. I do think they're very fun. So we have some, what's it called here? We've got, okay. So now I'm wondering if one of these is Aguria. No, we've already identified these. Then we have Harlequin Boo, which looks similar, but it's not. And Lemon Dandy. Do we have another blue tufted flower available to identify? Not at this time, no. Bishop's parasol has not been identified. The underside of it will have something seeping with milk and milky liquid. This does not have a milky liquid. This states it is just that it smells rotten. We're going to put this on the mushroom shelf because there aren't that many mushrooms in the game compared to other plants. We're going to move this down here. We're going to examine this. It seems to give off a small amount of light. Okay? And this one says, a viscous white fluid can be seen oozing from its underside. So this would be the bishop's parasol. We're going to put that under purple. And this is one of the plants they use to trip you up because they want you to assume that this is bishop's parasol, given it smells of milk. But it's not about the smell, it's about the seep. So we're going to just remove that tag. It says here Brimlock has yellow flowers. It's very plain looking. Farmer's Worry, a spongy mushroom with potent abilities, only safe to consume in small quantities. This does not look like it. The caps don't match. No cap. If no cap, you must have. That's what they say. That's what I've been told. So Mellow Glow has sharp thorns. That's all it says. I would say that this specifically says it has sharp thorns. I know there's another plant we have that looks like it has thorns, but they aren't the same. So if we look at this plant here, these thorns are not the same. These aren't like ragged thorns. We're gonna move this over here though anyway, to this shelf. I'm gonna put this under Mellow Glow. Mellow Glow Thorn Shade Matches. We're gonna put that over here. Here we go. Storian, we've already done that. Wandering Boo and Winter Boar. Okay, so Winter Boar, we don't have anything here that matches Winter Boar at all. We'll put these mushrooms up here. And the Storian, we're going to put over here into the weird berry section. And I forgot to mark that, didn't I, as Meek Dew. This one was the Meek Dew. See, that's why we do these things. What we do here is go back. Alright, we're gonna put these in. I like to do them in color order. What are we gonna do next? I guess we can just we could explore again if we'd like, or we could end the day. I think we should end the day actually. So we're gonna put this letter we have finished over here. Close this, bam. And remember, always pet the cat once a day, even if you have the achievement. So at the end of the day, we have a tarot card pull. The tarot card pull will always be the same because this is really a visual novel. There's not a lot of RNG in this game, if any. I don't think there is any, actually. North of Hawkshead, east of Lowick, west of Rustland, south of Crinkle Crags. The book both fascinated and terrified her in equal measure, and after studying it for some time, she reached a decision. She would never use the power she had discovered. She would hide the book where it could never be found. Day 3, Sunday. And we're going to use our Explore card immediately. We're going to pull this up. And hello to Chaotic Tavern. It says, north of Hawkshead, east of Lowick. Here's Hawkshead. North of that, east of Lowick. Where is Lowick? West of Rustland, south of Crinkle Crags. This might be multiple ones. Let's see. East of Lowick, here's Lowick. North of Hawkshead. South of Crinkle Crags. And where's west of Rustland? Where is Rustland? Wait, here's Rustland. And here's Lowick. So it's gonna be in this column. Is it here? Yes. My eyes are drawn to the silhouette of a grizzled old man standing at the edge of a field. His mind is broken, seemingly beyond repair. Vacant eyes fixate on nothing. A whisper of an expression as my gaze sweeps his face, but only a whisper. I follow his outstretched finger and am surprised to find a cluster of wildflowers growing there, hidden from view. Got some spoopy looking flowers. We're gonna open this up. We're gonna put our map away for now. Put our strange books thing away. I'm gonna check something really quickly. Street manager. Oh my gosh, I have a hype train. That's my first hype train. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. My name's Elger Echo, and if you're just watching right now, I am playing Strange Horticulture. It is a game about having a little plant shop. And yeah, what else are we gonna do now? We're gonna go back over here. We're going to hit the bell. Wilbur Miller. I'm looking for a plant, lady of, what's it? something or other. Ugh, I'm no green-eyed drag, that's for sure. My mind isn't at all what it used to be. It's the one that's supposed to help with mental decline. So we're pretty sure this is Lady of Summer. We're going to use it. It was Lady of Summer. We got the book entry. Fennett. Chewing the tough root of this plant is said to ease gastric distress and reduce anxiety. It has long, soft leaves. We've already identified it because we got it as a gift. We're going to positively identify Lady of Summer. We're using color coding system here. So the yellow label means we have actually identified it. We're going to move this over to our identified plants section over here. We're going to, I feel like that's more of a, how would you do this? Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then take our next client. Oh, it's David. They're saying the art has been killed. I know a lot of people don't trust that sisterhood, but it seemed to me the art always looked out for the less fortunate. I'm gonna open this up, see what we got here. The cold is too much to bear beyond the gap. I was forced to turn back. I would advise against it, but if you are determined to explore Great Gable, be sure to take precautions. Knowing you, I'm sure you'll have a plant up your sleeve that can keep you warm, should the weather turn against you. Warmest regards, Amos Duncan. We're going to put that under just there. We're going to look in here, see what plants we have that have to do with that stuff. I think gray sandfire, maybe? Nope, that's dental hygiene. It just smells smoky. We're going to go back here and look. Brimlock. Warming effect to help against extreme cold. We have Fennett here. Cream colored flowers that smell wonderful. That ain't Brimlock, baby. The leaves are waxy and tough. These ones are smooth and waxy. They don't really match. I don't think that's the one. It's not going to be Shimmerlong. Is it? No. Those leaves aren't necessarily waxy. It's not going to be the wren. It's not a mushroom. It's not this. This is the closest we have right here for Brimlock. I think it's worth just trying it. So we're going to close this. We're going to open up our map, and very handily we have our notes here. So Great Gable. So Smart Great Gable. Curious Great Gable. Boop. We're going to try using the Brimlock here. We're hoping this is a Brimlock. After several hours of arduous hiking and scrambling, I am still some distance from the summit. I am freezing cold and ready to head home. I should do the sensible thing and turn back down the mountain unless... Yeah, that's Brimlock. That doesn't even look like Brimlock. Okay, that one's kind of bullshit. I push on, no longer feeling the cold, and am presently rewarded. We have a book entry for Sunset Mount Cap. The Sunset Mount Cap is a type of fungus with domed caps, sometimes called the stinking Mount Cap as a result of its unpleasant odor. It is thought to deter unwanted souls and spirits from entering the home, and is often placed in doorways. It is mildly toxic to humans and should not be eaten. Okay, so the stinky mushroom we have here, we're going to mark this as Sunset Stinking Mount Cap. Possibly. We have a plant here. Obviously it looks like gray boar. Or winter boar. It says it's found in extreme cold environments. Where were we just now? An extreme cold environment. And it's cool blue-gray. Winter boar, also known as blue aloe or blue winter, after its cool blue-gray flowers. Winter boar is a hardy plant often found growing in extreme cold environments. Its rubbery leaves make an effective insect repellent when applied to the skin. So this is definitely going to be winter boar. We're going to tag it accordingly. The reason we have a question mark and a purple tag is so that we know we actually technically haven't verified it yet. we're gonna need to make another shelf of fun plants. We're gonna move these over here, actually. We're gonna move the shrooms. Because it's my plants. I can do what I want. Alright. We're gonna move these over here. No, we're not. We're gonna leave that there. We're gonna move white and gray plants over here. We're also gonna take another client. Norman Lee. Hello, we are currently playing, what's it called? Thanks. We are currently playing, Strange Horticulture. It's a game about having a plant shop. This plant is cursed. It has brought me nothing but sorrow. Please take it. I want nothing more to do with it, says Norman Lee. So we get a free plant. We don't have to do anything for it. It's some kind of mushroom. We're going to put this in the mushroom section over here. And the system we have going is that if something is colorful, is we have plants organized by color. So warm colors versus cool colors, whites and blacks and grays, weird plants that are technically not fungus, and then distinctive looking flowers. I'm going to get the next customer. It's a very fun game. I highly recommend it. There's Simone, the librarian. Hellbore, always a pleasure, my feline friend. I hope he hasn't been nibbling the plants again. I have a favor to ask. You owe me for the hours I spent digging out the information on those plants. I've been burning the midnight oil and could use some common trouse, and I know where to find it. Oh? According to Grayson's herbology, it grows in abundance on red pike. I'll come by the day after tomorrow to collect it. I've business in Sedberg in the meantime. Here, take this. Common trouse, red pike, Sedberg. The common trouse entry reads Sparathis nemesium. Despite being described as common, the trouse can, in fact, be quite tricky to find. However, it is known to grow in abundance on the slopes of red pike. Nobody knows why. Its leaves have been used for centuries as a balm against eye strain. Any of y'all need that right now? So we're just going to go to red pike and pick that up. I enjoy a pleasant stroll up the fell. The going is easy, the weather agreeable, and the views majestic. I do not have to look hard to find what I am after. That's common trouse. How do you spell trouse? Is it like trouser? Yeah. Alright, so... Oh, which one was it? No. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. So I shouldn't get distracted. Here we go. We're going to put this in our plain plants section. Also, we forgot to mark this as rimlock. So we did use this. Remove that over here. We're going to have to make another weird plant shelf. Okay. We're going to put actual weird plants here. And these ones are just plants that are kind of generic looking and only have leaves. Alrighty. Verona Green. When you work with the occult, I find it pays to uphold a certain image. If you're going to be accused of performing witchcraft anyway, it doesn't hurt to put on a bit of a show every now and then. Let the punters know what I'm capable of, sort of thing. Long story short, I may have threatened to turn a small boy into a toad, and the little bugger called my bluff. Oh, don't look at me like that. You know what little boys are like. I can assure you he deserves to be turned into a toad. Anyways, I think a little display is needed to discourage this sort of behavior in the future. Have you got any shimmerlung? Yeah, I got shimmerlung. Here you go. Yeah. Identified. We got a book entry. Candlewood produces a red flower that provides a shielding effect, protecting against all manner of afflictions of the mind. Long, thin stems grow among tall leaves. It says Lucernum in Caledonia. So we're going to mark this as solved. This is the Shimmerlong. Thanks, Shimmerlong. You a real one. We're going to move this over here to our blue plant section. Because it's my house. I can make whatever rules I want. Anyway, we're going to go here. I want to see if we can run into that librarian Simone at Sedberg, so I click it. It says, Sedberg is one of the many towns in this vicinity that has made its wealth from the wool trade. Indeed, as I explore its streets, I see a farmer shepherding his flock to the monthly market. I had hoped to find a plant to add to my collection there, but there is nothing that catches my eye. We're gonna hit that bell button again. And don't forget, if you're watching, to hit that bell button and subscribe or follow or whatever. Sorry if I'm shouting, I'm a little hard of hearing, says Irving Harris. I'm looking for a plant that can supposedly help me here, but I've forgotten what it's called. I remember it's bright red, though. So we're going to go in here, and we're going to see what it is. It's not St. John's Poppy, is it? Actually, it is St. John's Poppy. We already had it identified, so... And that's the day. Every day we pull a tarot card at the end of the day. It's not going to be different. It says there's an X here. Time passed. A year and then another. The book remained hidden, but out of sight did not mean out of mind. The book was what her thoughts settled on when she rested, what she brooded over when she did her chores, what she pictured when she dreamed. So first thing we're going to do is Will to Explore. We're going to explore. We're going to take this card. This is a very simple puzzle. We're going to line this up with the map. Here it is. And we're going to figure out that looks like it aligns with what? N7? So we're going to go to N7. The card burns, meaning we solve the puzzle. The gentle sound of flowing water, the sunlight through scattered clouds. Or reset. We got these two plants here. That blue puffy plant we have actually seen in our book, so we're going to identify it real quick. That's a Guria for sure. Maybe not, actually. It does look like it looks a lot like a Guria, though. Light blue flowers like rounded tufts of gentle lambs will characterize this plant. When burned, incense made from the woody stem can enhance psychic abilities, strengthening the clarity of visions and prophecies. Sigiphus spectaculum. I think this is a Guria. We're going to mark this with a purple label. Purple is our code for we aren't really sure. We're going to add a question mark too, just in case we forget our system for some reason. This is a bottom shelf plant because we haven't identified it yet. There's also this red plant here. It says bright red flowers grow at the ends of thin stems. Butterdale is the one that smells like butter. Is it this one? No. Wait, I thought Gandyroot smelled like butter. No, it does not. Okay, Butterdale smells like butter. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Is that a purple? Oh, we already have labeled butter. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start putting them in alphabetical order down here for when I'm not really sure what it is. Candlewood has a long, thin... Oh, here we go. Produces a red flower that provides a shielding effect against all manners of afflictions of the mind. Long, thin stems grow among tall leaves. I mean, that kind of matches. So we're going to put Candlewood with a question mark. I said we're going to put Candlewood with a question mark. There we go. Boop. Common Trouse, Spongy. common trouse we're pretty sure about, and it's already sorted. Farmer's worry, foxbutton, gilded dendra is over here. We're pretty sure this is gilded dendra because it's got the painful feeling leaves. Gray Sandfire's been sorted into the weirdo section. Harlequin blue, Mandandies, Mellow Glow we haven't actually identified yet, and we're pretty sure it's this plant here with spiky thorns that are kind of rounded. It says turquoise flowers, sharp thorns, whereas opposed to this one, if you look, these spikes don't exactly match the Mellow Glow picture. They're more like conical rather than hooked. I don't know the term. Oh, Storian. We're gonna put the Storian in the Storian section. Actually, Storian's already up there. Sunset, we've already done that. Okay, so we've identified everything we really can so far. We're gonna move these over here because we aren't really just to our set of things where we're not sure what they are. So these ones we have absolutely no clue. Everything else has either been, there's either a guess or it has been identified. We're gonna pet the cat. We're gonna take our first visitor of the day, Reuben Ward. The foxbutton was no help, I'm afraid. The sisterhood still refused to speak openly with me. Not that I have the time to pursue it properly. I'm rushed off my feet this week. There's been a body found up at the Swinside Stone Circle, and apparently it's a grisly one. Don't suppose you've got anything to help keep my lunch down? Fennit, yeah, Fennit. Which we knew was Fennit because we got it. It was called Fennit. Witch fig, a plant that is said to have many uses, including easing the symptoms of infection, soaking up moisture, and detecting the presence of certain compounds. It is also well liked by butterflies. It has similar leaves to the fever kiss plant, which it is often confused with. That kind of looks like it, but I don't know. We're gonna open this and see. Do we even have fever kiss in here? No, so we can't really make that comparison. We are gonna go to the stone circle he spoke of. If you ever need to look at text again, you can go to the bio section here, and you can scroll and find stuff. Swinside Stone Circle. For Reuben Ward, we're gonna go there. Now, we might not actually be able to do anything, but here we go, Swinside Stone Circle. I shudder at the thought of what happened here. If these stones could tell us what they saw. A chill comes over me and I realize that I do not want to linger. We got Rising Dread. Worth it. Have I ever heard of I Fell in Love with the Majesty's Colors? I think it's a vibe. That sounds like a fun game. I've never heard of it. I'm gonna have to check it out. Can you leave a comment on one of my videos stating that, Dr. Green? Because then I will remember to check it out. We're going to hit that bell. We have our letter of the day from Dr. Shaver, just like a kid's show. I feel like every kid's show has a postman. Morning, Verona Green handed me this for you. She seemed in a good mood. Got a bunch of compasses, meaning we can immediately explore. I meant to tell you this yesterday, but it slipped my mind. I discovered a plant on a recent trip to Grisdale Forest, just northeast of Rustland. It was like nothing I've ever seen before. I would have brought it back with me if the sisterhood had given me a moment alone, but they seem overly protective lately. Kind regards, Verona Green. Okay, so just northeast of Rustland. Here's Rustland, here's north, here's east. From the moment I step off the road, I can't shake the feeling I'm being watched. Suddenly, I find my way blocked by 3 women wearing cloaks and holding short elm bows. Nobody may wander freely throughout the forest by the order of the Arda, says the leader of the trio. I turn to walk back, but then again, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Alright, let's see what Melaglow is supposed to look like. Ooh. Oh yeah, Melaglow. Guess it's Melaglow. Cabalia. Arbutum? Alacritus? It looks like it's gonna be this one, but no, it's not, because it has 6 leaves. Sorry. A rare plant that is believed to help the dead find peace in the afterlife. Those who can afford it place wreaths made from it at the graves of their loved ones. Cabalia flowers almost always contain 6 petals. Finding a 7-petaled flower is considered to bring good fortune. This one has like, this 5 or 6? No, that's 5. That it looks like 6, but it's not. It's just weird. And is this 6? This one's 6. We're gonna open this up. We're gonna see Cabalia. Yeah, it looks like Cabalia. I would say that's Cabalia. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stamens, 6 petals. This one has 5 stamens. This one has 6. I don't know if that's an error. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 visible stamens. I think this is Cabalia. So we're going to mark this as Cabalia. We use the purple label because we aren't necessarily sure. Add a question mark to it. We're going to put them in alphabetical order. We're also going to mark this as Melaglow. The reason we're doing this now, by the way, is because the game does not automatically mark the plants you've identified, so you want to make sure you identify stuff as soon as you can. I've already messed up a few times this stream. So we're going to put the Melaglow over here with the other blue plants. We're going to grab that. New plant's been acquired. Looks like that. We are going to put this note into the archive because we finished it. And we're going to take another visitor. Alacritus. Having electricity. I don't know what that means. I am afraid, says Face Swift. The camphor you gave me is helping me sleep, and I'm very grateful for it. But the visions are as strong as ever. The woman in the jade mask appears in my dreams every night. She screams at me, but I do not know why. And behind her, that presence is always there, dark and dreadful. I don't know what to do. The dreams feel like a warning that I don't understand, a mosaic of colors that refuse to come into focus. Some part of me wants to stare down that abyss, but I'm afraid. So we have a choice here. We're going to check out what Auguria does. Auguria will strengthen the clarity of visions and prophecies, whereas Candlewood will have a shielding effect. I forget which choice I want to pick here. Give me a second, because I want to get a different ending than I usually get. I'd like to encourage her visions, I believe. With the Auguria. Yep, that's Auguria. We have a plant entry here. Worryless is an aptly named plant. Inhaling the smell of the flowers is said to help ease symptoms of anxiety. I think it's this one. So we're going to mark the Auguria as salt in blue. Sorry, in yellow. We're going to put it in the blue section. There's a lot of blue flowers that have a very similar look. We're going to go back here and we're going to open Now, what did she just give me? Worryless, there we go. So this does not match the leaves of the worryless. Does this? Smells like rhubarb. I mean, I like rhubarb, but I don't know if that means anything here. Unpleasant scent, so it's not going to be the worryless. Sweet scent, but the leaves don't match. Orange fruits, that's not relevant. We may not have it yet. We may not have it yet. Margaret Elsbeth. We don't come to Undermere often, but I heard about your shop, and I said to Francis we simply must pay a visit. It's a wonderful breath of life in an otherwise dreary town. I'm the green-fingered one, and it's not really his cup of tea, but I persuaded him the trip would do him some good. And besides, he'll be wanting to take a boat out on the lake. Shame about this awful weather, though. You must come to Cizergue. We have a small library with some books on plants that my grandfather acquired many years ago. I'm sure they will be of interest to a horticulturist such as yourself. So we're going to go to the castle immediately. I know, you gotta abandon realism for this a little bit. Cizergue Castle. I am greeted enthusiastically by Lady Elsbeth herself. She is very talkative, and has many questions on horticulture that I do my best to answer as she takes me on a tour of the gardens. Oh, you must take a sample of this back with you, she exclaims, pointing out a plant that I do not recognize. But before I can stop to take a look, she has already whisked me on to the next, and this one too, she says. I am quite exhausted by the time we make it to the library, and don't have the time to make as thorough a study as I would like. Nevertheless, I am able to find an interesting entry that I note down. Don't forget these, Lady Elsbeth cries as I make to leave. She thrusts the hands from the garden into my hands, the plants from the garden into my hands, and I thank her warmly. So we have 2 plants and a diary entry for Fever Kiss. We got 2 weird-looking plants. We have the Fever Kiss thing here. It says the red berries provide an energy boost that lasts several hours. The leaves are pale in color. Nice. I'm going to say okay here, and we're going to mark this as solved. So we're going to close this down. We're going to open our book up. We're going to identify some stuff, because we have a lot here to identify. We've identified Butterdale before. Candlewood. It's Fever Kiss. It's going to have red berries. Leaves are pale. This looks like Fever Kiss to me. So we're going to write down Fever Kiss. Question mark. In purple, we're going to we're doing this in somewhat alphabetical order. This one's gilded dendro, so F comes before D, before G. We're just looking for ones we haven't checked off already. We have here Storian, dark red fruits that should not be ingested. We're pretty sure that we've identified Storian. It's in another section. Witch fig. It says it has leaves similar to the Fever Kiss, which it's often confused with. So we're looking for something that has something similar to this, right? These basically look like twins. It's got berries. It says it's a plant that is said to have many uses, including easing the symptoms of infection, soaking up moisture, and detecting the presence of certain compounds. It is also well liked by butterflies. It has similar leaves to the Fever Kiss plant, which it is often confused with. They're very similar. I think this is witch fig. We're gonna mark this purple though. Similar to Fever Kiss. Also, these, even though like I know it just has thin leaves and berries, but it's a closer match than anything else. Like this also has berries, but you wouldn't. I don't think I would mistake that for Fever Kiss. Worryless, we don't know what that is yet. I'm going to visit their house again because I think you actually might be able to get more stuff if you visit a second time. Yes, I got more stuff. It says, oh, I've already explored here and found all there is to find. So I have not found everything. Sorry, I did find everything. I'm gonna click that bell. I'm looking for a plant with yellow flowers and coarse leaves. It helps with my heartburn. Yellow flowers and coarse leaves. These leaves are coarse. Is Gandy root actually good for that though? Gandy root's for digestive troubles. We're gonna give him some Gandy root. Yep. We didn't get anything for our troubles. I guess we're running a charity. Get the map away. Call the next customer up. Selena Scott. They're saying Blackcomb is haunted now. Guess we're going there next. Bradley Miller told me he saw the ghost of a huge deer, antlers and all, but then Bradley Miller also says he can talk to squirrels. Either way, there's something evil in them hills, and I'm not taking any chances. Awful what happened to that poor young man up at Swinside. I've come from some stinking mount cap, so we think that's the smelly mushroom. Where did I put the stinky mushrooms? Here we go. This has been identified correctly. Henchuck. The fruit of the henchuck can have startling effects on memory. Even a small dose can result in short-term memory loss, but in larger amounts it has been known to cause severe amnesia. The tuberous bulb is an unusual structure, growing in bursts that give it a striped appearance when cut open. When the outer layer hardens and turns blue-green, it is ready to harvest. I think we've seen something like that. We are going to mark this as solved, though, before we forget. Or, sorry, as identified. So, this bulb looks striped. To me. This bulb is firm and turquoise in color, and it has fruits, though. So this is kind of tough. Looking for henchuck. It gives it a striped appearance when cut open. This, okay, not necessarily just as is, just when cut open. It has to have fruits, because this other one doesn't have fruits, just has a flower. Alright, I think this is henchuck. Because turquoise, it says the bulb is quite firm and turquoise in color. The orange fruits have no noticeable odor, and here it says when the outer layer hardens and turns blue-green, it's ready to harvest. And blue-green and turquoise are basically the same, so we're going to say henchuck as our tentative guess here. Question mark. And that's going to come after this. Fever Kiss will also be before Gilded Gendra. There we go. And we're going to press End Day. These are all fake plants. These are all fake plants. Sorry I didn't see that question earlier. Yeah, these are all 100% fake. She lives alone in the castle to the northwest of the abbey. She buried her husband 3 miles to the east where the Everheart grows, is what it says on the tarot. At 15, her mother, strong, dependable, loving, was struck down by typhoid. The girl drew inward as her father turned to drink. Well, that's no good. Day 5, Tuesday. First thing we're going to do is solve our riddle. Lived alone in the castle to the northwest of the abbey. Here's the castle, here's northwest of the abbey. Here's the abbey, here's northwest. And then 1, 2, 3, 3 miles to the east. Tarot card, it burned up, meaning we did this right. B4, a dead tree, its bark cracked and blackened by fire, stands alone on the hillside. Off to one side, a patch of flowers grows on a low mound. The clue said Everkiss, so I'm going to write that the clue said Everkiss. Clue said Everkiss. Okay. Ring that bell. Faye Swift again. What have you done to me? I see the woman in the jade mask everywhere and that creature that stands over her shoulder. I almost feel like I can sense its desires. It is afraid of the sisterhood, that much is clear. It will lay waste to them. So much death, but it can be avoided with Arduina's protection. I do not know if I am awake or asleep even now. I feel the darkness tearing at my mind. Though it's going to be a plant that helps you relax. We're going to smell all the plants. This one just says this has a sweet scent. These have a mind of their own. Very cool looking plant. This one just says they smell wonderful. It just says it's an aptly named plant. Inhaling the plant, will alleviate symptoms of anxiety. I think if I had to choose in terms of leaf shape, I would pick this one. We're gonna try it. Yep, that was wordless. Hop heart. Inhaling smoke from burning the dried leaves of this plant can provide pain relief. Firm leaves grow up the stems, leading to blue flowers. Blue flowers, stiff leaves. Okay, so that's what this is. This is... We need to mark this as worry less. It's been confirmed now as worry less. Put this in the section for like ivory, white, gray, black flowers. And hop heart is probably this one. Firm leaves going up in the stems leading to blue flowers. We're gonna write hop heart here with a question mark. And we're gonna move these over here. We're doing these in alphabetical order for unconfirmed plants. We're going to close the book and we're gonna ring the bell. Simone Green. I met a strange man on the road to Sedberg not 2 days ago. Stranger still, he asked for you. He said he had something for you. Don't ask me what, so I told him where to find you, but he looked stricken when I mentioned Undermere. Said he doesn't come near towns at all if he can help it. He was headed west. At least, I think he was. He said he was looking for the Winster Spring. I'll write this down for you. Anyway, that's my news. Did you find the plant I wanted? The common trowse? Heck yeah. Also got a note. We're gonna write common trowse on this. Lock it in. There we go. It says he was headed. We're gonna solve the note now. Hopefully. Headed west from Sedberg. Probably near the source of the river. Probably near to the source of the river Winster. So here's the source of the river Winster. There we go. The hermit's camp is easy to find, nestled between two boulders above the spring. The cooled remains of a fire ringed by stones is the only immediate sign that anyone was here. I call out, but there is no reply. The hermit is not here. A more thorough search of the campsite yields something interesting. Tucked off to one side, I discover some broken pieces of wood arranged on the floor. So it says down 2, right 3 from J22. So G would be L. Wait, yeah, okay, L25. Okay, so down 2, right 3. Here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. The camp at the Winster Spring has led me to another camp of sorts where I am greeted by an eccentric man. Oh yes, ho 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 ho, the man says. You must take this, take it, take it. At his insistence, I receive the looking glass that he thrusts into my hands. He places an envelope delicately on top. Ho ho, it's no use to me anymore. Ho ho, no use. Don't forget the red, the red, the red, the red. Ho ho, ebony. I'm sure that he is quite mad. So we have a weird... Oh yeah, we have the... Oh, I got dread from using a plant on this tool. I'm gonna put the tool away, close the map up, put this note in the archive because we solved it, open this letter up. It is said that the red ebony plant has the properties of uncovering that which is hidden or secret. I have perfected a device designed to use extract from the plant in concert with a viewing window in order to permit the user to see magics otherwise invisible to the naked eye. Alright, cool. We don't have anything that tells us what red ebony is yet, though. So we're gonna have to read through here, because it might be something, it might be an alternative name for something. I'm just speed reading. Go through this to see what else red ebony could be. They put an index feature in the sequel, which is very nice. Red ebony, red ebony. We're gonna hit that bell. Conrad Stanway. I am not long for this world, and I have decided that I want to be buried in a grave decorated with the rare and beautiful Caballia, like a Drare huntsman with their Dranthium-covered tomb. So we're pretty sure that this is Caballia. We're gonna try that. It was Caballia. Got a book entry. For Eyebright, take care not to touch its brightly colored thorns. They will do no lasting damage, but they contain a small amount of venom that will cause a severe pain for several days later. A plant that only grows to the south in warmer climates where they call it loathe after a dead king, known to improve eyesight at night, even in the darkest places. So we've identified the Caballia. Let's lock that in. And we're going to run out of room, so we're going to put Caballia on this side, actually, of the reds. We're also going to... What are we going to do here? Red ebony. Does this have colorful thorns, in your opinion? I don't think it does. I think those are just regular thorns. We're going to answer the call as Lady in Jade Mask. Your reputation is growing, horticulturalist. I hear you are the person to come to for plants that are difficult to acquire. My head feels like it's being torn in two lately. I'm looking for some hop heart. Which one is hop heart? This one. It's been identified positively. Copper Caledonian. Eris agaricum. This plant has a rejuvenation effect, but most who have tried to benefit from its properties have come to realize that it is a curse, not a blessing. Though you may appear younger, you will quickly become more frail and brittle. The red patches that are often seen growing on it are in fact a type of fungus themselves and not a part of the plant. Okay, we're at too many things open. So we have the hop heart identified now. We're going to lock that one in too. And we're going to hit the bell. Ivory likes feet. Did Ivory just raid into me? My apologies for not saying that earlier. Reuben Ward has called on my unique expertise to aid in his investigation at the Swinside Stone Circle. Unique expertise, huh? He knows how to flatter an old woman when he wants something, just like Ivory Tower. Wow. I thought about telling him to suck an egg. Gave it a good long thought, actually, but my curiosity has got the better of me. He must be desperate if he's coming to me, and I'll bet they've found something juicy down there. Signs of ritual sacrifice, maybe? I could do with some witch fig to take with me. Always comes in useful. I'm pretty sure this is the witch fig. It is. Got a book entry. I'm gonna read the book entry. Jacob's worth. People tend to be drawn to the unusual flowers of the Jacob's worth, but it is the leaves that have the most interesting properties. It is said that they will point the way towards any person you wish to locate and have been used successfully to find many a lost wanderer out on the fells. Yeah, that's this. Leaves have a mind of their own. Weird looking plant with like the leaves being more special than the weird looking thing. This is Jacob's worth. We're gonna lock it in. Well, we're gonna put it in purple because we actually haven't locked it in. Over here, we're gonna lock in witch fig though because we've solved this one now. We're going to move this over here, put this in the funky section for plants with berries. Hit that bell. Isadore Burbage. I am on my way to the mayor's office to file an official request that your business license be revoked. He's the guy we've been poisoning. You will practice your witchcraft on the residents of Undermere no longer. Well, do you have anything to say for yourself? We can either give him Storian or Henchuck. We're going to open this up, see what those does. We want to take this guy out and not on a date. Henchuck causes severe amnesia. What does Storian do? Insanity and death. Let's give him the Storian. I've never picked that option before. We're going to collect that entry. We have Royal Gensha, sometimes called Everheart. The pink flowers of the Royal Gensha are made up of two large kidney-shaped petals. One of a few known ways to release the bind of Swift Snare is to apply a paste created from the sap of the Royal Gensha. So we're going to lock this in as Storian. Also, the identities of the plants are not randomized at all. So once you've played this, you're going to have to take a while to forget about it before you play again. Which one was this? Royal Gensha. There we go. The question mark, and then we will press end day. At the end of the day, we pick a tarot card. Always be the same tarot card. The old man of Coniston looks out across the lake with blind eyes. His mind wanders with the current, floating gently southwards to the fork. It says, not long after, the girl left home. Her father wept, but he was so caught up in his own grief that he let her go and did not look for her. Day 6, Wednesday. First thing we're going to do is explore and solve our tarot card. Let me know how the audio is on your end. The old man of Coniston. We're going to find Coniston on the map. Coniston. Coniston. There's Coniston water. Looks out across the lake with blind eyes. Old man looks across the lake with blind eyes. He would be, okay, here's the lake, here's the man. He'd be looking across this way. He'd be following this down to the fork. Here's the fork. There we go, we solved the puzzle. The heavens open as I reach the fork. I take a moment to pause and listen to the sound of water on water. I'm soaked through, but my spirits are high as I return home. I am not empty-handed. 2. new plants today. Collect those. They're two purpley looking plants. Very cute. Let's take our first visitor of the day, Malcolm Hodges. Good morning. I'm looking into the disappearance of Isidore Burbage. Maybe this time he went too far. I could count on one hand the list of people who don't hate his guts. Got a witness says he came in here yesterday evening. You don't mind if I take a look around? I guess I have to let him take a look around. Eleanor Bramer. The insects make the salt marshes uninhabitable. People stay away and not much grows there, but I know where to find an unusual plant. I have drawn you a map in case you decide it's worth your time. So we've collected the map. We're going to use the map immediately. Oops. Didn't mean to move it. Here we go. It looks like it's... line this up here. Looks like it's at F2. The air is thick with flying, biting insects. An unbearable plague. I fight for it. I fight against it for mere moments before I am overwhelmed. If only I had some winter blue to keep them at bay. We're gonna use the winter boar. Bam. We're gonna collect an entry for Geranthium, a plant with powerful mind-altering abilities. Those who inhale smoke from burning its long, sharp leaves elevate their awareness to levels otherwise unachievable. Some know Geranthium as Green Eye, a name derived from the telltale sign of overdose where even the whites of the eyes take on a green tint. We're going to close that, add to the book. It says, the blue winter saves my skin, but the swirling mass of insects is so thick in places that it is hard to see. At length I come across what I came for and hurry away. We got something with colorful thorns, which is what we were looking for. We're going to retag the winter boar and give it the permanent tag winter boar. We are going to look at our map. Sorry, not our map, we're going to put that away. We're going to archive the note we solved. We're going to go to Strange and Horticulture here, and we're the book, and we're going to find the plant that is listed here. Sorry, the plant that has to do with this one. So this one says, thorns are menacing. I'm staying clear of them. We're going to move the Royal Gensha over so it's clear that it's part of this. I'm going to go to the front page for Bishop's Parasol. It's not that. It's not Lauderdale. Eyebright, there we go. This kind of looks like Eyebright. It says, take care not to touch its brightly colored thorns. They will do no lasting damage but contain a small amount of venom. Yeah, this has brightly colored thorns. I would say this is Eyebright. We're going to purple tag it though. And put it over here, the others. And take the next customer. Malcolm Hodges. Well, I couldn't find anything, but do let me know if you remember anything unusual. I got away with it too. Bethany Coleman, thank you for your help and discretion earlier. The Sisterhood is grateful, but the news that the Arda was poisoned with gilded dendra has everyone worried. The temporary acting Arda is panicking. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but one of the sisters has gone missing. A runaway called Thea that we took in a few years ago. We're trying to find her and her sister Charlotte. We're trying to find her and Sister Charlotte remembered that the Jacobsworth plant is said to help locate people. So we're going to try using the Jacobsworth plant. Identifying it, we did. Boom. Got a book entry. Solomon's Scepter. also known alarmingly as Hellgate and sometimes Solomon's Scorn. The flowers of the plant are commonly used in witchcraft and other satanic practices. Many sweet-smelling small flowers grow along the stem. Okay, so we can tag this as Jacob's Worth. Open this up. Go here again. And look at the thing they just told us about, Solomon's Scepter. So we can have our thing about the petals open here. We're going to look at this. This looks like Solomon's Scepter to me. When you compare, if you look at these flowers, they're like little clover shapes. Whereas if you look at this one, they are in these bunches of 3 petals, which matches what we see in Solomon's Scepter of Artemis Infernum. So it says light purple flowers, the smell is alluring. So I would guess if this is Solomon's Scepter, we're going to tag this in purple. Move it over to our potentially identified plants. I read about a wonderful sounding ornamental plant, but my book didn't say what it was called or where to find it. It has curled leaves and a dark blue flower. Yeah. I don't know if Lady of Summer is really an ornamental, though. I mean, I guess anything can be one. Yes, it is Lady of Summer. Ennis Aylford, who looks exactly like Edgar Allan Poe. We've had our eyes on you for some time now. Join us. Praise the Dendru. We're going to collect that letter. We're going to open that letter. We're going to see what they want. I represent a group called the Seeds of Redemption. Your expertise would be very useful to us, and we have much to offer in return. Let us know that we can count on you by leaving a single St. John's poppy flower outside the Sadgill Church before Friday. Do not make the mistake of ignoring us. Praise the Dendru. Alright, well, I guess we'll do that. Do we want to do that? I actually don't know if we want to do that. My double check's not really fun stuff. Yeah, I guess we could do that. I've returned from Swinside. I must admit I was hoping for more to go on, but there were certainly signs of a ritual having been performed at the stone circle. And the poor victim, well, the less said about him, the better. Reuben had it right, though. Grizzly. I have the beginnings of a theory, but I'd like to run some tests on a sample of Gilded Dendra. So we're going to try this one. We're pretty sure this is Gilded Dendra. It was Gilded Dendra. What else do we get? An entry for Maiden Sorrow. Rubbing the soft leaves of this plant between one's finger and thumb is said to help prevent the mind from wandering, providing a focusing effect. The flowers of this plant droop mournfully, but it is the thorns along its stem that are thought to lend it its names. Dolores spinatum. Yeah, that's this. A single pink flower that smells pleasant. It's got the stems. Boom. Alright, this is Maiden Sorrow. And see, we've had this one since like the beginning, I think. Go to St. John's, poppy flowers outside, go church Friday. Where is Sadgill? And the map isn't, none of this is randomized. It's a V end, essentially.
A visual novel, if you don't know what a VN is. Where is Sandgill? There we go. And the church isn't hard to find in the small hamlet of Sandgill. This must be the place. We're gonna use the plane. I'm also not going to be doing every ending or anything like that because I think it's important that I want that if you like this game a lot, please support the devs by actually buying it. Thank you. So we've done what we have to do there. We're going to answer the bell. We'll get another. Sorry, we're going to have to pull someone up with a bell. And wood. My aunt died 2 weeks ago and I inherited her house. I have been sifting through her possessions and last night I found something unusual. In a forgotten corner of the attic I found a coffin. More unusual still, it was bound by strong vines, so strong that I cannot cut through them. I immediately thought of your shop. You know about plants, right? Royal Gensha. Yeah. Call that Genshin Impact. Alright, we got a book entry. Elderfinium. The petals of this flower can be brewed to create an antidote to Dendra's miasma, a deadly poison that causes the blood to slowly turn black, eventually resulting in a painful death. It has an intoxicating scent similar to that of Solomon's Scepter, Elderfinium. Okay, so we're going to mark Royal Gensha as solved, or not, sorry, as identified. I'm going to put it in our plant section over here. And we're going to try and identify the Elderfinium because we've just got that. So we know, we're pretty sure this is Solomon's Scepter. It says light purple flowers and the smell is alluring. Also, this should have a question mark at the end. So we're going to see what else is good smelling. Elderfinium. This does not look like the Elderfinium. The Elderfinium looks like it has a very large sepal here. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 little sepal pistils. I would not assume it's that one either. Could be this. Nope, this is unpleasant. Also, these leaves don't match. Those petal shapes don't match. So we may not have this one yet. So we're gonna press end day. And thank you for providing the link to the game, iPop. It's a lot of fun. I like this game a lot. I like Strange Antiquities better. Yeah, it's hard with when you do game walkthroughs like this because you do want to support the devs, but and that means you can't just show everything. But yeah, especially for a VN, right? 5 miles south of the tallest but one, it grows in peace in the midday sun, is what the tarot card says. Before she left, she returned to her hiding place and carefully retrieved the book. Her excitement building as she did. She couldn't articulate what was so alluring to her about the book, but by now it had become an obsession. Also, please let me know how your audio is on your end. If I need to be louder, quieter, change the game volume, I can always just do that. Day 7, Thursday. I think there's only like 14 days in the game, maybe 16. First thing we're going to do is solve our tarot card, hopefully. 5 miles south of the tallest but one, it grows in peace in the midday sun. Tallest but one. Okay, so you'll see here that there's a variety of altitudes listed. So we're looking for it says 5 miles south of the tallest but one, the second tallest place in the map. We have 215 is nowhere close, 573 is nowhere close. We're gonna have to just comb it. 899, 873, 826, 92, 978 is currently our winner. And of course we can't brute force this, but we don't want. I want to actually play, you know what I mean? Whitfell. I think 973 is the tallest, so 978. So our second tallest would be 902 at Belfell, and we want to go 5 miles off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Tarot card expiring means we solved it. The forest here is lush and vibrant. The bird song feels enchanting like the call of sirens. Nestled in the undergrowth under the shade of a birch tree, a plant grows. I'll fancy that. It looks like like one of the corpse plants, or like Rafflesia. Well, and would, as I live and breathe. I was able to strip away the swift snare's vines and lift the lid with more than a little trepidation, I'll admit. To my relief, but also disappointment, the coffin contained nothing but dust. At least that's what I thought at first, but when I looked closer, I discovered a golden amulet embedded in the gray ash. On the back of the scepter is an inscription that says, "With Solomon's scepter I wake." Solomon's scepter, that's a plant, right? Yeah, buddy. Long vericund, sometimes called witch's remedy. The long vericund is believed to lift curses. Small leaves grow in pairs along the stem. So we're gonna confirm that this was Solomon's scepter after all. Oop, we're gonna put it over here. And we're gonna ring that bell icon again. We have David Schaefer once more, our postman. I heard a shepherd got killed by some wild beast up near the Swinside Stone Circle. They say it slaughtered half his flock as well. People around here don't seem too bothered, but it's got them panicked down Foxfield Way. I'm gonna open this up. We can explore. It says Kentmere Eye. So here's what that means. Remember this thing we have here? Boop. We're gonna put this over Kentmere. We're gonna look at the eye. Here's the eye symbol. Oh, it points right over here. From Kentmere, I follow the bearing of the eye and end up in a small forest of Kendall. The woods are thick with briar and brambles, but amongst the tangled undergrowth, a type of flower is flourishing. We're going to collect that flower. It's something with a bunch of little berries on it. We're going to press OK. Verona Green once more. Well, this is getting interesting. I was able to confirm that it was indeed gilded dendro that was used at the Swinside ritual site. That's a worrying sign. It's a plant that is used in several of the darker incantations. And it can't be a coincidence that the very same plant was used to poison the Arda. There must be a connection between this other murder and the sisterhood. I need some mental clarity to think about it, think it through some more. She wants Made in Sorrow. Here we go. Let's see if this is Made in Sorrow. It was Made in Sorrow. Collect that book entry. It says Red Ebony. This plant is said to uncover that which is hidden, including buried treasure and secret writings. The red ebony is extremely rare and not well studied. Blood has been spilled over this plant, which is where the red part of the name is believed to come from, since confusingly, the large flower is in fact blue. I think this is red ebony. Alright, we're gonna put this here. We're gonna put that away. Put that away. There's like a stain here. We're gonna take this. I'm pretty sure it's red ebony. Let's find out. Yep, this was red ebony. We're gonna mark this as red ebony, because only red ebony activates this magical dial. We're gonna put red ebony in the weird section of weird plants. And so you can see now this lets us do weird shit. So if we put a plant over it, sorry, we can, so we can, sorry to curse, we can look at glowing things here. Also, we can click these to make them do stuff, but we don't know the code yet. We are going to click this. Reuben Ward. It looks like I'm going to have to make a trip to Blackcomb. Verona noticed something at the Swinside site that's had me pondering. A piece of slate with a symbol drawn on it in black. Couldn't think of anywhere else around there where you'd get slate from. That and Bradley Miller keeps insisting he saw something up at Blackcomb. But then again, Bradley Miller does claim that fairies stole his wheelbarrow. If I'm going to spend a night out in the hills, I'll want to take some eyebright with me. And we've done eyebright before, haven't we? Yeah, maybe my color system wasn't so good. Yep, that's eyebright. Wild coal, the purple berries, are recommended by physicians in place of a hair of the dog mentality as a tonic for those suffering the effects of having drunk too much the night before. There are some who consider wild coal a sacred plant, perhaps owing to its rarity, and claim that it is bad luck to pick berries from it. Hispid viburnum. Alright, we're going to put that away. We're going to mark eyebright as identified. And we're going to put it on the shelf of weird looking plants over here. Forest rare. He has obviously had too much of the Adrantium or whatever because his eyes are all messed up. Does it ever stop raining in Undermere? You have a reputation in town for knowing about unusual plants. I need some gray sandfire. Nobody around here seems to even know what I'm talking about, but I hope I'm in the right place. What is that? It just tells us that we got it. We've unlocked him. So we are going to give him the gray sandfire. Was the gray sandfire. We've known that since basically the beginning. We have Ember Soul here. Ember Soul is an entry for Ember Soul. Anemo ignis. Ember Soul is thought to have protective properties. It is sometimes given as an offering to various deities in return for sanctuary. Produces flowers with many petals. Watch out for the leaves. They're razor sharp. Alright, we're going to mark gray sandfire as correctly labeled. We're going to see if any of these have a sandpapery texture, any of these plants. There is this plant with red purple berries, so I'm curious as to what that would be in here. It's not fever kiss. I always forget if this is Duranthium or something. I don't know. Duranthium spindly. Okay. Wild coal, purple berries on the stem. These are purple red berries. So this could be wild coal, but I'm going to mark this in red, which I never do. Wild coal is red purple. Close enough a match. Right click end day. Pull a card, any card. Lowick to Ilgill Head, Foxfield to Crinkle Craigs. At first she felt free, but it wasn't long before the reality of her situation began to take its toll. She stole food when she was hungry and slept in makeshift shelters, not knowing where she was going, not caring. Eventually, she made her way to Grisdale Forest. First thing we're going to do is try and solve our tarot card puzzle. We're going to pull this here. It says Lowick to Ilgill Head. Oh, this one's hard. I think this one has diagonals. Okay. Where is Lowick? There's Ilgill Head here. Here's Lowick. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Foxfield to Crinkle Craigs. Here's Crinkle Craigs, and here's Foxfield. There's going to be something that's equidistant to them. Between those two, it's going to be the intersection of these two things. I'm going to hold up a pen to my monitor to figure this out. This is one of those things you actually might want to use a monitor for. Okay. So I'm thinking it's going to be around J14. It is not J14. So we're going to try again once this meter fills. That's why you do it first thing in the morning, in case you mess up. You were wise to pledge your support to the seeds of redemption. And together we are stronger. Now that the Dendru has awoken, the redemption is upon us. It is a glorious time. Our deeds will be remembered for 1,000 years. Those of us that have put our faith in the woken Dendru will be saved, but we must act swiftly. We will be in touch soon. Praise the Dendru. We picked evil. I don't know if you can tell. My mind is clouded, dark. I see it and it sees me, all of me. Elder Finium is the answer, it must be. I will not forget who helped me, horticulturalist. Elder Finium, we have not identified yet. It says it smells like Solomon's scepter. Purple flower, blah blah, is alluring. Oh, we have to mark this as Gilded Dendru. Gilded Dendru. And we're going to put this in the weird flower section. Also use our will to explore real fast while we do this, just in case the plant we need is here. It'll go ahead to Loic. Okay, so this is kind of hard. I have to hold up 2 pens to my monitor. Give me a second. Foxfield to Crinkle Cracks. Loic to Ilgil. Is that like the mountaintop? Maybe? No, it's not. Okay, it's not the mountaintop either. Okay. Technically, you could just math it. I might just have to math it. Okay. It's very hard to read the map. Alright. What does this do? Does this have anything on here? The Great Oak. This magic magnifying glass came in use for once. Okay, so here's Ilgil. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me double check the instructions to make sure I'm not misreading it. Loic to Ilgil, Foxvale to Crinkle Crag. I think it's going to be at the base of the mountain right here. So you'll see that as you water automatically, you will gain compass points or whatever for the will to explore, essentially. I guess it would just be the will to explore. That would be the name of it, wouldn't it? In a second, I have some water. I told you the game doesn't like you brute forcing it. Strange Horticulture is interesting. So they don't really use the map-based grid for Strange Antiquities. They went with a map of the city of Undermere, and you only are in Undermere. I think you have more trinkets though, and you definitely have more information about everything you check out. Like you get to use more senses, and you get like an index of keywords that you get to access for all of your artifacts. So if something has to do with, like, I don't know, the Dendra, right? You would be able to go to the index, click that, and see which plants contain that keyword or similar keywords. which is very helpful. I really like that. Very good quality of life. Let's try this one. There we go. The magpie sees me before I see it. I do not know how long it has been watching me, but I can tell that it is interested in my movements. A strange sensation creeps over me, and I feel an urge to leave this place, but not before collecting a plant for further study. One for sorrow. Turning to leave, I see another magpie and another plant I've never seen before. Two for joy. Bam. New plants. Who dis? So we're gonna put that away. I don't know if we have elderfinium. Let's look at this. It says it has a gentle scent for this plant that we just got. Delicate scent. I mean, this doesn't look like the elderfinium did in the book. We're gonna double check. I may have missed something. Yeah, these don't look like elderfinium to me. Not even a little. I must have skipped something. We have the will to explore. Tomb of the Hunter, Great Oak. And, oh look, elderfinium grows here. Whoever wrote on my map has been very helpful. I never would have thought to come out to this desolate place in search of plant life, but a quick search yields exciting results. I would assume that would be the elderfinium. Yep. Larkshine. Leucurus halcyonis. Halcyonis? Larkshine is a plant with a powerful defense mechanism. It releases stinging barbs, triggered by a light touch. The pain is said to be unbearable and can last for several days. Sometimes confusingly called kidney flower. This is thought to be a reference to the kidney-shaped seeds held within the spiny pods that grow on this plant. So we're going to mark this as solid for identified correctly for elderfinium. We're going to put this in our weird plant section because it's kind of a funky looking plant. And ring that bell. Grace on right. My mum was into horticulture. I found this among her things. Golden light, that's a plant, right? I'm not sure what long Meg could mean, though. Is that another plant? Anyway, I thought you should have it just in case it's any help. She loved this shop. Golden light, start at Long Meg, S3E, South 3E2, okay. Where is Long Meg? daughters. Over here, Tarncrag. Let's see. Long Meg. Long Meg. Goodness me. Where could it be? I don't even know what Long Meg. Oh, please actually just have the name be Long Meg. Okay, let's see. Do you see Long Meg on the map? Hello, ink, by the way. We're gonna see where Long Meg is. Long Meg. Is Long Meg a river? River Lun, Killington Lake, Hawkshead. Ilglehead. South 382 Long Meg. Long Meg, where are you, Long Meg? Goodness me. Goodness me. Long Meg, where could you be? Yeah, I can't find Long Meg here. I think maybe this isn't for me. Oh, I didn't mean to click it either. Oops. Alright, we're gonna see who's showing up next. And Wood. We're gonna put this in our clues section or whatever. Help me, the amulet. I can't remove it and it's drawing the life for me. Long Varicant. We're going to see what Long Varicant is. Sometimes called Witch's Remedy. The Long Varicant is believed to lift curses. This looks like Long Varicant, I'm just gonna guess. Sometimes, for the stuff that just has leaves, it's kind of hard for me to identify. So this is definitely Long Varicant. We're gonna put this in the purples. We're just gonna make a goth section, actually, is why I've changed my mind. This is now gonna be goth plants. We're gonna put that over here. What's the book entry we got? Caldery. The uses of Caldery are not well known. This is Actus Major. Some say it has applications in dark magic, but this author has found neither substance nor specifics to back up those claims. Those who worship the huntress Arduina place the flower as an offering to ensure a successful hunt. It grows from a thin stem with small leaves. Cool. Okay, we're gonna close that. We're gonna... Oh, Amos Duncan. It's good to see you, my friend. I've been on the road so long I'd started to wonder if you were still on the other end of the letters I've been sending. I'm back in town for a few days though and wanted to give you these before I forgot. I found them in the pocket of an overcoat that belonged to your uncle. I almost threw them away, but I thought the symbols on them might mean something to you. Oh yeah. We're gonna turn that down. We're gonna move the map over here. So remember we have this little flower thing that we got at the beginning? Oh look, it's all these little symbols here we can click. We're gonna put these in order and then we're gonna match the symbols. Okay, so it is 6-petaled flower, 5-petaled flower, 4-petaled flower, bellflower, inverted bellflower, and then 3-fold flower, trifold flower that is. Now it glows, now we get a whole bunch of stuff. Devil's Nightcap. This plant is colloquially known as a corpse friend. If ingested as a seed, it will cause a slow, agonizing death, and the plant will grow out of the body once deceased. Morse amicus. It has a light, pleasant scent, not dissimilar to pine needles. Boiling the root in vinegar creates a tonic against fevers and poisons. Trimblehuff. The trimblehuff is traditionally used as a decoration at weddings, as it is thought to strengthen relationships. A cross-section of the small cup-like flowers. They generally point downward to avoid filling with water and to allow easy access for pollinating insects. Cool. A business card for somebody. And this says goes forth on it, and that's all. It says here, a briar's disc, often called a smuggler's disc, is a simple message that can be used to send coded messages. The location of cached cargo, for example. The principle is cunningly straightforward, but the code is undecipherable to prying eyes. Both parties must be in possession of a disc of identical size with the same symbols etched around its edge and a map. To encode a location, you would then place the disc over some named point on the map nearby and note whichever symbol is pointing to the location. It may be necessary to string multiple symbols together, but you can use this method to reach any other point on the map as required. Cool. So we're going to use this one here first. Black Hall Road, Kendall. Let's find Kendall. I'm going to try and solve this note first. Where is Kendall? I find the medicinal herbology shop off Black Hall Road. I know you, says the man behind the counter. Robert Barrow, presumably. You're the owner of Strange Horticulture. 2 hours later, after a lengthy and engaging discussion covering a variety of botanical subjects, we decide on a trade. It turns out Robert is a collector of unusual fungi, and I have just the thing for him. Okay, so Copper Caledonian, it says, is going to be a mushroom. It says, the plant has a rejuvenation effect, but those who have tried to benefit from its properties have come to realize that it is a curse, not a blessing. Though you may appear younger, you will quickly become more frail and brittle. The red patches that are often seen growing on it are, in fact, a type of fungus, and not a part of the plant itself. Now, it's going to be one of these, because these ones match. I think this was Bishop's Parasol, actually. Wait, let me see. Which one has sharp stuff on the bottom? Because whichever one is this Wandering Boo has sharp stuff. Viscous white liquid. So this is Bishop's Parasol. So this is probably Copper Caledonian. Yep. We have 3 plants. And we're going to mark that as solved or identified. Copper Caledonian has been identified. So we're going to put this into our archive of notes. We're not really sure what goes forth is for yet. We're going to put this away. And we really don't need these anymore. Oops, I'll close that. I'm surprised this strip of paper is still here, but we're going to just put these away. And I might just archive these. Yeah, I'm just going to archive these because there's no other use for these tiny papers that I can remember. And I'll answer the bell. How do I close this again? There we go. I have no idea what any of this means, but it seemed like something you might find interesting, says Simone Green. We're going to collect the letter. Baylock's Elixir. Made from the crushed petals of 3 distinctive plants, Baylock's Elixir is a potent aid to memory, allowing those who drink it to ensure that they retain important information that they will never forget. Care must be taken after drinking, however, to avoid the fate of Grey Gale, who slowly lost her mind after taking Baylock's and staring at a blank wall for 12 hours. So that's not something we can do right now, but we have the will to explore, so we're going to use this to go to the Tomb of the Hunter. We should be over here. The memorial bears the name Swaif Prior. It stirs a memory. He was one of the Dreher. Theirs is a lonely life, at the mercy of a dangerous addiction. They build a tolerance to the Dranthium sap in childhood that they might benefit from its potent effects, but they will die if they stop taking it. An unusual plant grows sparsely around the memorial. We got some weird looking plant. We're gonna press end day. Pull our tarot card. I'll read the tarot card when I do it because it's a long one. A young woman alone in the world, she was taken in by the sisterhood and given a home. It was a chance for redemption, a new start. Into Bay, and then it says a noble elder stood silently watching starry skies. Obviously it's northeast, south, southwest, south, south. Okay, so we're gonna find to Bay first. North, east, south, south, west, south, south. Tarot card expires, meaning we solved this correctly. I find myself on a patch of moorland surrounded by jagged peaks and menacing clouds. A distinctive plant stands out against the swaths of purple heather. And there, another. We got 2 funky little looking plants. Pet the cat every day, always pet the cat. Long Meg? Sorry, I've not heard of it. But I'll keep an eye for you in the library. As long as you can get me some fever kiss, that is. Yeah, okay. Too many late nights at the library are taking their toll. Sister, you tell me about it. So we've identified Fever Kiss successfully. We have a new book entry for Mountain Astray. Promotes an aura of confidence and persuasiveness. The large cup-like flowers produce a stale, damp smell. Wow, that cross-section's so helpful. We're going to put Fever Kiss over here. I don't know how familiar you are with the actual Voynich manuscript, but the Voynich manuscript has a lot of works, a lot of illustrations that are essentially cross-sections of plants, so it's kind of, it makes sense that they would do that. So this shelf is getting kind of messy, so we're going to start putting berries down here. And we're also going to answer this. David Schaefer, what do you want today? There's talk of around town of a woman who wears a green mask made of jade. There are all sorts of oddballs in Undermere, but that's certainly unusual. We're going to collect that. Also, please notice that I have notifications off, so if you have a notification you need me to know, please let me know in the chat because it does not automatically get synced right now. This says Beckfoot Candle. We're going to go here, we're going to find Beckfoot Candle. Possibly. Or no, we'll find Beckfoot, and then we'll use the candle. See? Boom. On the dial. Here's Beckfoot. Center it. Candle is here. The candle leads me east of Westwater. To the north, the mighty Scafell Pike grazes the sky, the tallest peak in England. The challenge beckons to me, perhaps another time. Oh, so this is set in England. Undermere is just its own thing. I thought the whole place was called Undermere. I'm a casual. My apologies. That's a weird plant. Pretty sure we can identify it, though. Alright, we're going to put that in our archive because we've solved it. We're going to put our map away. We're going to open this up and we're going to check and see if we can identify that. We're going to go... I think... Is that cautery? So cautery is going to be... has a thin stem and small leaves. It says the uses of cautery are not well known. Some say it has applications in dark magic. But this author has found neither substance nor specifics to back up those claims. Those who worship the huntress Arduina place the flower as an offering to ensure a successful hunt. It grows from a thin stem with small leaves. Yeah, that's definitely it. We're going to type cautery here. Question mark. Because it's not locked in until it's locked in. Alright, next is... we've done common trouse. Dranthium is kind of hard. It's very generic looking. Ember soul. Flowers with many leaves and with many... has razor sharp leaves. Okay. We're pretty sure we identified henchuck as something with a turquoise hard bulb. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Larkshine is very clearly this. They just look identical. We're going to mark this as Larkshine. We're doing this because we're starting to build up quite the backlog of unidentified plants. You are not supposed to be able to identify all the plants, and you actually can't like formally identify them in a single run. You do have to wait and do the epilogue, and I think there also might even be a prologue in order to do that. So some of these are essentially red herrings. Okay, mountain estuary. Stale damp smell. This one is sick. That's not really the same. Large cup-like flowers. This is large cup-like flowers. But it doesn't have a smell. Okay. It has that distinctive smell that reminds me of old books, musty. This might be mountain estuary. We're gonna write that in purple. I don't know if I would describe old books as damp, but I mean maybe at my library. Let's see. Okay, Trimblehuff. It's going to be something with sort of weeping little cups. Well, it ain't that one. So we're going to put these in the possibly identified section over here. So we know exactly what's what. Remember, only the ones with the yellow tags have been positively identified for sure. So I don't see one with tiny little bells. So I don't think we have the Trimblehuff yet. Wild coal. This one might be wild coal. It depends on if... This says it has purple berries, but this says it has red and purple berries, so I'm not really sure. Okay. Oh, hello, fire rescue guy. It's been a while. Hope you're doing okay. We're going to hit the bell icon over here. Forest bear. I have been talking to people around town, trying to learn as much as I can about this beast that is rumored to have been seen in these parts. In the old world, they called this thing the Servant, but the people here seem to have forgotten that name, except the group calling themselves the Seeds of Redemption. They are something I did not expect, and they have made it clear that they want me to stay away from the servant. They seem to worship it. But I'm getting distracted. My Dranthium supplies are low. I think this is Dranthium. Nope. Fine, is this Dranthium? Yep, okay. Yeah, all we knew was Dranthium has skinny leaves. Palliance. Most plants offer a small improvement to air quality, but the Palliance is in a class of its own. It is sometimes called sweet breath, thanks to the freshness of the air in its vicinity. The many short leaves of this plant are thought to help filter toxins from the surrounding air. So this is Dranthium. We're going to tag that so we know. I'm going to put this in the berry section, even though it's not a berry. It's just things that have sort of berries or berriform kind of situations. We're going to hit that bell icon again. Reuben Ward. I crept a round black comb 2 nights ago in the pitch black. That eyebright is some potent stuff. I could see clear as day. Up on the fell I found a shallow pit full of skulls. Some deer, fox, badger, and some human. There was an eerie silence about the place, and every part of me was screaming to get out of there. Back down on the flat, I heard a terrible noise like an axe maker's whetstone, but unmistakably animal. High on the ridgeline, I saw a cowled woman wearing a jade mask watching me, and beside her something dark, inhuman, and bloody huge. I don't mind admitting that I'm out of my depth on this one. I'll need to speak to Verona again. While I'm here, I'll grab some wild coal for my pounding head. You'd have been out drinking too if you'd seen what I'd seen. We're gonna hope this is wild coal, and it was cool. Norwood. A bite of the Xanthodermis strictus. A bite of the crunchy root of this plant has the effect of a cold bucket of water thrown over the face. An unpleasant sensation, accompanied by sharp focus. It is claimed that Norwood releases spores that are invisible to the naked eye, showing up only under unnatural light. So we're going to mark this as identified. This is the wild coal. We're going to put this in the berry section. And we're going to use our little dial here and try to find something that's giving off spores. There we go. This is, but we're trying to see if anything else is. Nope. But this plant is being weird, so we're going to assume that that's the plant we need to identify. We're going to go here. We're going to tag this. We're pretty sure about it, but again, we're still going to give it a question mark. We're going to put it in our possibly identified plant section, take our next order. If you like Papers, Please, this is a good game. It's like a slower version of Papers, Please. Emily Costigan says, well, this looks like the right place. I didn't want to have to traipse all the way over to Red Pike, so I'm hoping you've got what I'm after. It's a non-flowering plant with smallish leaves, and it seems to grow mostly on Red Pike. At least, that's the only place I've found it. Oh fuck, what did we pick from the Red Pike? Was it common trowse? Yeah, it was. Okay. Poor Reuben, Verona Green says, poor Reuben, he looks a little worse for the wear this morning. He took it hard when his wife died and never did give up the drink. I think I know what ritual was performed at the stone circle. It all adds up. It was a summoning spell. Someone called to something across the void and tried to bring it here, and with the state of that body all torn to shreds, I'd say they succeeded. And then the gilded dendra, that really got me thinking. I found this in Dr. Worthing's bestiary, a little light reading for you. I'm headed to Grisdale Forest again. The sisterhood will know more. Okay, let's see what it says here. It has many names. Some call it the Woken Dendru, believing it to be related in some way to the deadly gilded dendra plant. Others call it the Night Stalker, the Miasma, or the Dread, but the most common name for it in the Shires is the Servant. You'll have heard of it in children's songs such as Keep the Fire Burning and Servant and Master, and there are hints of it in the older stories, but nobody alive has seen it in the flesh. It is said that the dead ground northeast of Tibet, where nothing but black digitatus mortis grows, was caused when the servant last walked our lands hundreds of years ago. So we're going to go there immediately. We're going to go to Tibet, northeast. The wide area of blackened ground here is known to the locals as Dead Man's Field. Dark mushrooms protrude from the soil like fingers reaching out from the grave. And so, here's the thing. It says, new plant acquired. What does the note say? It says, digitatus mortis. So that means that's what this is. So we're going to mark it accordingly. Digitatus mortis. Which is only the Latin name, so whatever the common name is, we'll figure that out. We're going to put this in the mushroom section immediately. I mean, it's a tiny section, you know what I mean? It's not the size of the mushroom section, but it's how you use it. Alright. Or pull a tarot card. It's blank. Every day she attentively followed the teachings of the Arda. Every day she patiently performed the tasks given to her. Every day thoughts of the book itched away at the back of her mind. We're only half done with this, folks. My apologies. So we have a card. We're going to open our... there we go. Because the card's blank, obviously we can use our little magnifying glass on it. It says, a secret uncovered is a secret no more. 2 miles north of Foxfield. And a mile is just a square in this game, so we're going to find Foxfield and go up by 2 bricks. 2 grid spots. Where is Foxfield? Here's Foxfield. 1, 2. Card evaporates, meaning we solved the puzzle. 3 ravens circle above, their caws and croaks cleaving the silence. An omen. I take what I came for and leave. You got some kind of plant? We're going to close our map, put the map away, put our little dial away, and we're going to hit that bell icon. Same way you should if you're watching this. David Schaefer, 1 from your librarian friend today. We're going to collect that. We're also going to check our notifications real fast because I don't get notifications here. Wow. Wowee. And we're also going to check, I need to check something else really quickly and we'll be right. I'm going to still be here. I just want to check something very, very quickly. I know, I'm terrible. And have some water too. Doing the whispering is hard. You'd assume that doing whispering is easier, but it's really not. I've been drinking a lot of water lately. I'm drinking a lot of water. I'm going to open this letter. I got a bunch of compass points. I shouldn't call it that. The will to explore. In reference to your question the other day about Long Maggot, I'm afraid I do not have an answer. But Calder Abbey has a wealth of knowledge on local lore. If you ever go there, the monks will request a plant from you, but they won't tell you what they want. A sort of test. They've never allowed me in to look through their stacks. Alright, so which abbey is it? Calder Abbey. We're gonna put that over there. We're gonna do World Explore. Calder Abbey. There we go. Only a friend may enter. Okay. A small window opens within the much larger oak door. From the darkness within, a voice proclaims, "Only a friend may enter." That's the Calder Abbey event. We're going to put a fox button there. We're going to try using fox button because it's associated with friendship. And it works. We got a book entry. For sheep snap. It says, Ovium viridi. The sheep snap is thought to bring good fortune when prepared correctly. The green seed pods of the sheep snap have a hard outer shell and sound hollow when tapped. To the south, they call this plant bulbs of Bayonne. At Calder Abbey, it says the hatch snaps shut, and the oak door swings inward slowly without a sound. I am ushered in by a man wearing a plain brown robe. He nods silently when I ask about Long Meg and leads me through the abbey to a small library filled with scrolls and books. Without a word, he pauses for a moment, surveying, before selecting a scroll and handing it to me. It says, regarding Long Meg, there is a stone circle north of Undermere. According to local legends, some hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years ago, a witch known as Long Meg lived nearby along with her daughters. They were wild, godless people who practiced evil magic, until one night they went too far, and Meg and her daughters were turned to stone. The tall stone that stands apart from the main circle is called Long Meg by the locals. So we're going to put that down there. We're going to... World of Explore is almost full, so we can explore. Bam. Okay, so Undermere, there's a stone circle. There's the daughters, which is the stone circle. Okay, we don't need that. Okay, start along Meg, southwest E2, south 3 E2. Oops, too many letters. Too many letters. Too many letters. Okay. The tall stone that stands apart from the main circle is called Long Meg. Where is the long circle? Here's the daughters, right? If I just go south 3 east 2, 1 2 3 1 2, is that it? There we go. The river is in its youth here, flowing swiftly through the rocks with a melodic gurgle. Among the tall grass that line the river bank is a much more unusual looking flower. So it's this one right here. It's got it looks like a bunch of hot dog octopus actually. We're gonna tag this one as Golden Light. Golden Light Hound Young Long Meg Puzzle. I wrote muzzle on accident, oops. I don't know why it's called Golden Light. We're gonna close that down. It says here, so Long Meg is marked as solved. Oh, and so is this, the Golden Light thing, so that is gonna be the Golden Light. We're gonna move that over. That is very trustworthy information. I don't think any of the notes lie to you. The sisterhood are trying my patience again. If the old Arda was around, but she's not, they've kept secrets for hundreds of years. If ever there was a time to share them, it is now. They know of a way to defeat the servant, some ritual or weapon or something. But their stubborn pride won't bring them to ask for help. Well, I won't sit idly by and do nothing. And I'd better have a little chat with this new Arda, and I think I'll take some mountain astery with me. We're gonna have to find it first. Yeah, it's the weird one with the cup. Here we have Weeping Bell, a plant that is believed by many to lead to gold. You'll have about as much luck searching for the end of a rainbow. Lamentum nixus. The soft frilled leaves can soothe insect bites and stings. It is also known as golden light, and sometimes fool's hope. Okay, so we're gonna mark this as golden light and fool's hope. Wait, sorry, give me a second. We're gonna mark Mountain Astery first of all, because we know that for certain now this is Mountain Astery. We're gonna put it in our weird plants section because it's a beak plant. We might have to start moving stuff around again. Okay, we're gonna move weird plants down here. And I might just add a little section for dark purple plants. Yeah, I'm gonna move these leafless plants down here. That's unidentified. We're gonna put this, we're gonna have like a whole thing for just darkish, bluish purple plants. Because there's so many of them that are all the same color. I do wish that they were different colors. Okay, so we're gonna open this up. Golden, was it? I like to put every name that the plant has. Was it Larkshine? No, it wasn't Larkshine. Why did I feel like it had an L in it? Weeping Bell, there we go. This is probably Weeping Bell and also Fool's Hope. So the reason is people might ask for it by a different name. Golden Light / Fool's Hope. Weeping Bell / this is a long tag, right? I have finished the designs you asked me to work on, says Thomas Green. Be careful in wrapping these. Some of the glasswork is quite delicate, and I have taken great care transporting them. My lab equipment's finally here. I can brew elixirs using ingredients from the plants. Alright, so what we can do now is we can take this, and then we can start brewing. You want to cook? Okay. 3 distinct plants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 petals on that flower. How many are on this petal? Flower 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we're gonna put this one first. And then it's gonna be something with five petals that are sort of pointed and two pistils? Okay. And then something that is kind of fluffy looking with 2, which is this one. Let's see what we have here. It just says new elixir required. It says Baylock's elixir. We don't even know what's in it. We're gonna have to tag it right now. It's Baylock's. We know it's Baylock's elixir. Technically. But we're still going to put it in purple just because it hasn't been actually formally verified by the game yet. We do know it's right because we used the Baylock's elixir recipe, so finally that's done. And you can examine these, it just says a pale blue liquid, so it's not very helpful. I am going to put these all the way on the side over here. And we're going to go back to the front here, we're going to pet the cat, and hit that bell button. And put our map away. The new Arda wouldn't like me being here, but the forest is in danger. I spoke with Verona Green earlier, it's bad. If the Dendru has awoken, then it will come for us. You must place an offering at the altar of Arduina. I don't even know what to put, though. I guess we're gonna do it. We're gonna grab this. So there's like 2 churches, a mountain and a river, right? So we're gonna match these up. They won't necessarily, like, this won't, oh, that actually kind of looks like it works there. Not really. No, it just doesn't match up perfectly. So I don't know if this is a church or if it's a castle. We have... Let's see. There's the church. Or there's a church. Okay, so the churches may not actually be marked. I don't know what Dungeon Gill is. I actually want to check this out. As I scramble through the wooded ravine, the jagged outline of Jack's rake becomes intimidatingly visible in the distance. But that will have to wait for another day. The fertile forest is lush and enticing, a plethora of colorful plants and trees, but I don't find anything rare enough to take back with me. Natalie Cooper says, I'm being harassed by loonies, shouting about the redemption, saying they're going to set it free, whatever the hell that means. Well, they can take their seeds of whatever woken something or other nonsense and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. I'm not joining their damn cult. I just want to tend my garden in peace. I'm looking for some larkshine to drive them away if they come around again. So we think the larkshine is this because it has the spiky sort of seed pod tips. There we go. We have a book entry. What do we get here? Lyle of Neptune, also called Truthsayer. This plant will force a person to tell the truth when eaten. The sparsely petaled pale flowers give off a strong scent. So we're going to mark larkshine as identified. And we're going to put it in our weird plants section. For weird plants that are kind of uggo. And we're going to try and do this one more time. So we're going to wait for that to load up. So if that's the church, that's the wood, then this is the thing that we're looking at here. So I-19. It seems Beth has been able to keep her fellow sisters away from this part of the forest, and for now at least. The trees are thick here, old too. The altar seems to belong here, as much a part of the forest as the gnarled trunks and twisting roots. I must place an offering to the goddess Arduina. So we can give her Ember Soul. It's for Sanctuary. Or we can give her what's Cautery do. It's for Dark Magic. I don't think we have either of those. I think we might have to give Cautery. We don't have Emberwood. Ember Soul, do we? Let me think. Which one is Ember Soul again? Let's find out. Oh, it's this daisy one, isn't it? It's quite easy to cut one on the jagged levels This says, yeah, okay. This says sharp leaves. It's supposed to have sharp leaves. It looks like a daisy. Let's see what's this one. Oh, okay. So now we have this identified as Ember Soul. Evolum. Bacusis palustris. The scent it produces is considered overpowering by some, but it is said to stimulate the senses and rejuvenate aching bones. Evulum has many short, pretty leaves. So let's mark this as Ember Soul first. And we're going to put it in our, I guess, turquoise flower section. Pull our card. There's 3 little holes here. In time, she learned that the sisterhood had secrets, or had she always known that? Had she come to them by chance, or had she sought them out deliberately? She wasn't sure. But by now she knew what she wanted, and she would do anything to get it. First thing we always do is explore. We have our little card here, and it says 902, 803, and X. Obviously, the only numbers that show up on the map, right, are the numbers up here and the elevation numbers. So let's find 902. There's Bowfell, so that's going to be 902. 803 fits right over Old Man. So that means that whatever is over here in what looks like E17 is going to be the objective. We're going to click it. And there we go. My eyes are drawn to the silhouette of a grizzled old man standing at the edge of a field. His mind is broken, seemingly beyond repair. Vacant eyes fixate on nothing, a whisper of an expression as my gaze sweeps his faces. But only a whisper. He raises his arm, points. I follow his outstretched finger and am surprised to find a cluster of wildflowers growing there, hidden from view. We're going to collect that. And for some reason, this card did not do anything. What? What? Did I click the wrong place? It looks like maybe there's 2 places that are just really similar. Okay. George are like very close together. They're both objectives. George Campbell. My old man reckons there's a plant what can find pots of gold buried underground. Dunno what it's called, but I bet you do. Tell you what, when I'm rich, I'll throw you a share of the gold your way. We're thinking it's Weeping Bell. Yep, and this is Weeping Bell. Lesser Merrydock. The round head of the Merrydock is made up of smaller yellow florets. A single drop of the strong-smelling sap from this plant can utterly drain a person's mental faculties, rendering them slow and uncomprehending. Cacnus parva. We're going to mark this as yellow, because we did this one. It has multiple names, so I'm keeping the multiple names on there. We're going to move this over to, I guess this is a red plant. Red plant. I have a task for you that would greatly aid the seeds of redemption. One of the drayers in town, and we know he's paid you a visit already, no doubt feeding his habit. We suspect he's here to hunt the dendro. If he returns, give him some of this. He will make a worthy sacrifice to the dendro. Let's help him on his way. What do we get here? Something yellow. We're gonna go here. We're gonna use our card. Okay, what did we do wrong? So 902, 803. We did E17 already. Did I accidentally do something on the wrong day? Let me see. Because I've just been following along. Okay. There we go. The impressive ridge line of the crinkled crag stretches across the full width of my vision. Days like today are worth being alive for. A colorful plant stands out amongst the moss. So we got some kind of funky looking like orchid. Load this up. So we got here. We're also gonna move over here. What is this? Patterson's Guide to Fatal Fungi and Their Antidotes. Bishop's Parasol, Spring Wax. Okay, it says Spring Wax Caps. Sometimes fatal, can usually be cured by taking hop heart boiled in vinegar. Sunset Mount Cap. Generally not fatal in small doses. Use crushed leaves from sour bandy to cure. Bishop's Parasol. Often fatal, can be remedied using the sap from lemon dandy. Copper Caledonian. Often fatal. No known cure. Farmer's Worry. Often fatal. An antidote can be made using royal gentian. We'll put that under letters. That might be helpful later. They want to just include it if it wasn't helpful. I don't know what this is. We've got Trimblehuff here. What else do we have to check out here? We have a lot of plants unidentified right now, which I do not like. I do not like that. I know this is the wrong game if you don't like unidentified things. And hello, greetings to folks. We're gonna go here to check what was the one we just got? Was it a Volum? The Volum has many pretty short leaves. None of these have pretty short leaves. We're also gonna move this over here because that's not a plant. Red berries for fever kiss. Lyle of Neptune. Let's look at this. Nope. Sparsely petaled pale flowers. It's a weird looking plant, right? Made in sorrow, long American. Palliance is like a fern. Green seed pods of the sheep snap have a hard outer shell, bulbs of bayonne. That's not really a seed pod. I feel like a seed pod comes off of the plant. Like it's not the bulb. The seed pod contains multiple seeds and a bulb is one big seed. Let's see what else we have here. The Trimblehuff. We've not found yet. Okay, so we're still missing out a lot of plants. A lot of pages. We're going to answer the bell. Amos Duncan, I am heading out on the road again, but before I leave I wanted to store some valuables in a safe. I don't trust myself to remember the combination, and I certainly don't trust myself to write it down anywhere and not lose it. This is where you come in. Surely you've got something up your sleeve for me. Baylock's elixir, baby. Ooh. So we've now identified it for sure. Spring wax cap. An edible mushroom with some mild medicinal properties. When dried and eaten, it can help relieve pain. So we're going to mark Baylock's elixir as identified. We knew it was identified, but we needed it confirmed by the game. I'm looking for something very unusual. A very unusual looking fungus that takes me back to childhood with its wonderful smoky smell. So this smells like wood smoke, but it's not a fungus, is it? I don't believe so. That's not embersol. What is it called again? Gray sandfire. No. This looks like a ghost hand. This smells rotted. What does this one do? Small metal light. Gross. Has some kind of liquid. We're gonna go to Bishop's Parasol. This isn't a fungus, but I'm gonna try it anyway. It's not even a fungus. People don't know what they need. Apparently she just wanted the gray sandfire. That's not a fungus. Is it? I guess it's a fungus. I'll put it in the fungus among us section. Simone Green. Oh goodness, Hellboy, you haven't been getting enough food. That's terrible. Whatever will become of you? My mother's had me looking into this servant creature for you, but I'm afraid I've not been getting anywhere. It's strange. I'm sure I've seen some references to it before, but I'm drawing a blank when I try to find anything. I think Lord Fremont's archives would be a good place to look. I was going to post this to you, but I was in town anyway, so I thought I'd drop it off in person. That and sneak in some Hellbore hugs. Alright, we're gonna open that letter. I've not been getting anywhere looking through my collections and ambleside for any mention of the servant, but Lord Freeman's archives at Muncaster are home to many ancient and esoteric scrolls covering a wide variety of subjects. It might be worth a visit, Simone. That sounds exactly like what we're trying to do. Yeah, there we go. I follow Fremont's manservant deep into the walls of the castle. 2 hours later, I have still found no mention of the servant. On the verge of giving up, a name grabs my attention. The Woken Dendru. Didn't Verona say that was another name for the servant? And it says, so we can archive that message. The Woken Dendru is loyal to the summoner who becomes its master and can bend its terrible power to their will. This servant is assumed to be immortal, since it has no known vulnerabilities, but that does not mean that it cannot be defeated. Many hundreds of years ago, a site of ritual importance was created near Blackcomb, to the south of the Watcher. The Great Oak and the Dendru was ousted from this world. Unfortunately, although we know that 5 plants were required for the ritual, the specific plants are not known. John Hall. Norwood, please. I find it's the only thing that can keep me from nodding off on my shift. I just want to use Norwood. There we go. Yep, that's Norwood. It's the weird one with the glitter. Daisy Dock. A simple potion that will grant courage can be brewed from its leaves. It said that ancient warriors would take it before going into battle. It has very distinctive looking leaves. We are going to mark the Norwood as identified and put it in our weirdo plant section. You can find guides on Steam regarding how to 100% this game with a single save file. I am not doing that today. It says the first letter of the Latin name of a plant known as golden light. The number of petals on a lucky caballia flower. When her chance finally came, she did not hesitate even for a moment. Afterwards, when the art was dead, she felt only elation. Years after she had first laid eyes on the book, she had what she needed. Don't wind up downriver? What does that mean? What? Why would I be downriver? Hello, nice to meet you. And we're gonna keep playing, and we're gonna see. All right, we're gonna go to Will to Explore. We're going to grab our tarot card. First letter of the Latin name of a plant known as golden light sword. Oh, oops. What? The chalice clue takes me directly to the spot of Sad Gill, to a spot near the river. Moss-covered rocks line the banks, velvet to the touch. The moist conditions, a deadly-looking plant grows abundantly in the lush grass. I didn't mean to click this, but I guess I accidentally clicked it. G28 and got something. I didn't mean to click it. You can technically accidentally do that. My bad. Bethany Coleman. It came for us. We were attacked in the night by the servant. In all my time in the forest, I have never experienced anything like what had happened last night. The forest came alive and drove back the beast. Arduina saved us. It's the only explanation that makes any sense. One thing is clear, we cannot do this alone, and we must not allow the servant to get its hands on what it's looking for. I'm trusting you with this. A secret that the sisterhood has kept for hundreds of years, a tool to defeat the woken Dendru. Keep it safe. Use it wisely. You'll know how to open it, of course. Don't care. No, I do care. Give me a second. Dropping into the stream, don't run down river. The name. Wait, what? What name? Oh, the stream. I get it. Haha. Okay. We're going to see what this is. What was the plant with the really, it has like multiple names. It's kind of funky looking. It was over here. Did I put it away over here? It's like a purplish, reddish, golden light, weeping bell. Okay. So weeping bell, L7 is where we're going. Okay. So this card expires, meaning that we solved it. I amble through meadowland, stopping ever so often to examine any wildflowers that catch my eye. Buttercups, daisies, cowslips, red clover, knapweed, cat's ear. And hidden among them, something new for my collection. So we got two little plants here, which are ones we actually need, which is great. Like we need to identify them. Obviously we need to identify them because we didn't have them, but you know. Daisy Duck has weird petals. I didn't mean to accidentally grab that. Sorry to make that sound. Evulum has many short leaves. It says the scent is considered overpowering by some. It says somewhat pungent. I think this is Evulum. We're going to mark this as Evulum with a purple tag. Purple tag, if you're just showing up now, means, or if you've forgotten, means that we haven't verified the plant yet, but it means that we have a guess as to what it is. And the reason you're going to want to keep on identifying plants as you get them is so you don't end up with way too many later on. This is probably Lesser Meridoc. It says yellow flowers, strong aroma, slightly aniseedian. This says that the head of the Meridoc is made up of smaller yellow florets, which this is, so we're going to guess that this is Lesser Meridoc. Remember, you can brute force, but it's not. It would take a while. It's not great. You can make educated guesses, that's fine. It says Lyle of Neptune, sparsely petaled pale flowers. We don't really have that. What else do we have here? There we go, Trimblehuff. This looks like Trimblehuff to me. Cross section of small cup-like flowers. Oh, those don't really match the cross section. They're also supposed to point downwards, and some of these don't point downwards. I don't think it's Trimblehuff. Hit that bell by icon and see what David Schaefer has to say today. They're saying that the sisterhood has been attacked. Don't know much more than that, but those seeds of redemptionists have got all excited about it. There's a bunch of them chanting outside Pulliver's right now. I don't know what Pulliver's is. Foxfield Trident, we're going to open this up, and what that means is we're going to use our disc. We're going to find Foxfield. We're going to overlay this on Foxfield as such. We're going to look at where the trident is, and we're going to click the square that the trident leads to. From Foxfield, the trident points me in the direction of some foothills northwest of the Swinside Stone Circle. A faint path leads me over a ridge and into a dell. Here, a plant thrives, sheltered from the wind. I got something with those funky leaves that we saw before. We're going to open this up. We're gonna go back, find those funky leaves. Play those funky leaves. Dendro. Let's see, we're gonna go back. What we do here is go back. Daisy Dock. Leaves are a perfect match. We're gonna put this under Daisy Dock with a question mark. Because here's the thing, it's because what if we haven't had verified, right? So what if we find another plant with identical leaves? Then that means that the leaves aren't really the thing. These are not loosely based on real plants or flowers. I am going to Blackcomb. I will kill this servant. My people have a saying, he who lives without fear does not live at all, says Forest Fair. I will not say I am not afraid, but it would do no bad thing to die hunting such a noble adversary. I will take Ember Soul. What does Lesser Murdoch do? We want the thing to live, so we're gonna go with Lesser Meridoc instead. We're gonna mess with this guy. We're doing the evil run. Widow's Woe, said to induce fear, also called Kempfoot, partially due to its unpleasant scent. Dainty dark flowers grow out from a bed of long, thin leaves. We're gonna mark this as identified the Lesser Meridoc. Bam, we're doing an evil run today. We're gonna also put this away, our note. Allow me to present my services, says Milton Forbes. I own a small shop that specializes in curiosities. I would have thought that someone in your position ought to be interested in perusing our collection of manuscripts on elixirs, for example. Does it say Arnside Antiquities, 21 Orchard Road? We're gonna go to Arnside. Here it is. The dark exterior of Arnside Antiquities blends into its surroundings. A tailor called Jones and an ugly-looking haberdashery, to the extent that I walk past it 3 times before I find it. Inside, however, I am greeted by a world of intrigue and wonder. Old trinkets sit alongside faded books and manuscripts, while strange utensils and machines, their uses unfathomable, occupy rows of display cases. It is some time before I peel myself away, returning to Undermere with 2 new recipes for elixirs that demand further study. Elixir of the Damned and St. Quentin's elixir. We're going to end the day first, though. Pull a card. Endmore Raven Spider. Equipped with the Ard's knowledge, she journeyed west to the Stone Circle. Unknown to her, she was not alone as she made her preparations. First thing we're going to do is follow this. So we have here, it says Endmore Raven Spider. Which means we're going to find Endmore first. We're going to put this dial on top. It's very cozy here today. Sweater weather. I'm going to find Endmore. Endmore. Raven leads here. So we're going to pull this. This is H29. So we're going to center this here on H29. And we're going to go to the spider, which is here. And this expires, meaning we solve the right puzzle. A jackdaw croaks, hidden somewhere nearby. Strange shapes of old stone pierce the long grass. Among them, some plants grow. So we got sheep snap and something else. So sheep snap is very distinctive. We've read its description a billion times by now. It has green seed pods. So I'm guessing that's going to be the sheep snap. Have you heard of this masked woman? Imagine having that much power. Nations would kneel before you, you would be a god. That creature is huge, unstoppable, and they say it obeys her every command, says Grace and Onright. It would certainly come in helpful with my father-in-law tomorrow. I guess I'll just have to settle for some Daisy Dock to help me get through it instead. Yeah, okay. Let's give her some Daisy Dock. Did we identify Daisy Dock yet? Close that off. Put that there. Yes, here we go. Daisy Dock. Yep, that was correct. We got a book entry. What does it tell us? Dead man's fingers. This fungus is typically found in dense forests protruding through the mulch. At a glance, it can appear as though a corpse is reaching up from the undergrowth. Said to strengthen resolve and sharpen the mind. Judicitatis mortis. So we have that is the one we saw before. We are going to mark her Daisy Dock as identified. And we're going to go put it on the purple flowers section. This David Schaefer, our postman friend. This letter was delivered in an unusual way. There was no address provided, just the horticulturist spelled wrong. I have to assume it was meant for you. If you know your plants, this letter is for you. Ho ho, so you got it working. Oh yes, it works, it works. Look to the north of Bowfell, at the source of the river Esk. Nobody knows it grows there. It will be our little secret, hee. Okay, so this is going to be a nuisance to get to. North of Bowfell, source of the river Esk. Okay. Sure enough, I find a plant here that I've never seen before. That's at location C14. We're going to collect that. We got some kind of weird plant. Archive that. Flora done. My husband likes to forage for mushrooms, but I'm worried about the ones he's brought back from his latest venture. He's just been on a trip across the lake, exploring the woods to the west of here. He's got a bag full of odd-looking mushrooms that he says are perfectly safe, but they don't look edible to me. I'd have brought one with me to help identify it, but he's hoarding them because he thinks I'm going to throw them out. I'll come back tomorrow. Mrs. Dunn, mushrooms, woods west of Undermere, across lake. Okay. Mushrooms. How have I never been here before? They're hard to find at first, but soon I'm seeing them everywhere. And we got some kind of red-capped mushroom. Lord Fremont told me he was able to help you find some information on the servant, says Simone Green. I've been looking all over the library, but all I've discovered is a mold problem. I hoped you might have some sweet breath that could help clear it up. I forgot what Palyards looks like. Okay. Many short leaves. Girl, I don't even think I have pallions yet. It was stuck. That's definitely pallions. Sour Bandy. The Sour Bandy can help with memory recovery, especially if the memory has been deliberately sabotaged. The name of this plant derives from the fact that although edible, the large stamen is extremely bitter to the taste. Sour Bandy would be the one with the giant pistol then. Okay, we're gonna mark this as palliance, because that's what it is. I'm gonna put this on my purple plants section over here. I don't know what this is. Because this looks like Daisy Dock, but it's not Daisy Dock, it's something else. Got a lot of unidentifieds here. So we are going to go through these real quick. Just to see. Devil's Night Trap. Light pleasant scent, not dissimilar to pine. Rhubarb is not pine. Okay. There's a large stamen here. I think this is Sour Bandy. Because it has the weird stamen from the... That's the one that we're talking about. It has the weird stamen. That's like kind of bumpy and lumpy. We're going to put Sour Bandy there. We're going to put that over here. On the side. Hit that bell icon. Lorena Chapman. My cousin will be married in 3 days. If you've got some Trimblehuff, it'll save me the trouble of going out to find some myself. If you knew my cousin, you'd know she's not worth the trouble. I'm pretty sure this is Trimblehuff. Nope, that's not Trimblehuff. Fine, is this Trimblehuff? Yep. How is that Trimblehuff? Some of them point the wrong way and it doesn't look like it does in the... whatever. It says glowhorn, or forest lantern, or pixie lamp is a phosphorescent, illuminating the trees it glows under. Suspicious travelers avoid walking towards it, fearing that the faint lights will lure them to their demise. Okay, so we're going to mark Trimblehuff because we now have identified it. Is it Trimblehuff? Or Thrimblehuff? Sorry about that. Trimblehuff, okay. Put this in our blue and purple section. I might just paint, I'm gonna distribute this stuff. There's a lot of purple flowers in this game. We're gonna close that. And actually we're not, I don't know why I did that. Widow's Woe. Dainty dark flowers. Bed of long thin leaves. Those are dainty and dark flowers. This could be Widow's Woe. I'm going to put Widow's Woe with a question mark for this. It says that it induces fear though, and this doesn't really, it doesn't have an unpleasant scent either. We're going to also tag this as Glowhorn over here. There we go. Hands are on shovel. Yeah, I think we've identified all we can so far. I'm going to put these mushrooms away. We don't have a page regarding those kinds of mushrooms. "8 miles to the east of the great oak, the shepherd watched as she prepared the leaves and roots that she would require. He watched as the hours dragged by, the sun set, and she worked by candlelight, at times sitting still, at times moving like a dancer among the stones. The change happened suddenly, but also subtly, so that at first the watcher was not sure that anything had happened. Then he saw it. Day 14. We're very close to the end. 8 miles to the east of the tree, so what we're going to do is we're going to pull this over here. Oh, I guess we have to pull it out of the... We have to pull our little... What's it called? Our little... Ooh, it's thundering in the game. There's the great oak. It's at... So we're going to have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to the tile next to Loeth. Okay. What? How is that not the right answer? Okay. Also, I realize I haven't opened this up yet. I need the club. Where's the clavillum for it? Too many plants, too many plants. I forgot to open this. See, that's what I mean when I say there's too many things. Follow, okay, first is the corpse's friend, a reminder. Then comes the ankle grabber, the binder. Third is the fear bringer, fourth to lift a curse. Last a petal to secure black blood's reverse. So it's like 5 plants we're gonna have to use. Okay, we're gonna keep that over here. Follow the Dudon tributary to its source. Okay, we're gonna close that up. We're going to read this. Elixir of the Damned, made from a combination of arbutum, alacritus, maculosus, retintia, and mens fortis. This powerful elixir is dangerous and extreme caution is advised. It is said to bring a person back from the brink of death, but at the expense of their own soul. Those who have drunk it appear vacant and lost, alive, but no longer really with us. St. Quentin's elixir. This elixir will enable any drinker of it to overcome their sense of fear, though it should be considered beforehand that fear is not always a bad thing. For example, it would not be wise to drink this near to the edge of a cliff. A 5-pointed leaf to grant courage, a red flower to protect the mind, a seed pod for good luck. We have a lot of traveling we have to do today, so we're going to start on that. It says here, follow the Dudon tributary to its source. Here's Dudon. We're going to go to its source. Boom. What? Okay. Well, we're going to try and make this potion. So, first one is 5-pointed leaf to grant courage, and arbutin. Okay, we're going to see. I kind of want to do the Latin ones first. Arbutum alacritus. Mens fortis, maculosus retintia. Oh, there we go. Caballia. That is... I should have just done these in alphabetical order. Why am I like this? Let me see. I don't know if you heard thunder outside. But there's thunder outside. Don't worry, I'll hold you. Oh, goodness gracious. Where is this Caballia? Half this game is remembering where you put stuff. There we go, Caballia. Maculosus retintia. And mens fortis. Mens fortis is Dranthium. Maculosus retentia. Maculosus retentia. Henchuck. Which we're pretty sure is not that. It's this one. So we made Elixir of the Damned, which means we know what Henchuck is now. So we're gonna mark the Henchuck as being Henchuck. If I can find it again. Where did it go? There we go, Henchuck. Because it got cleared in the thing. Okay, this is the Elixir of the Damned. Don't know what we're going to use the elixirs for, but we can put that in our finish section. Alright. Talk to you soon, fire rescue guy. We're going to keep going. We have, okay, let's figure out this note. Follow the Dudon tributary to its source. Here's the River Dudon. What counts as the source of a tributary? Is it this part or this part? What do you mean? Okay. Let's do St. Quentin's Elixir next. A 5-pointed leaf to grant courage. A red flower to protect the mind. A seed pod for good luck. Okay. What does Candlewood actually do again? Is Candlewood the one that protects the mind? Protects the mind, yep. So Candlewood will be second ingredient. Seed pod for luck is sheep snap. We already know that. From having read the sheep snap description a bajillion times. And then courage, I have no idea what grants courage, so we're just going to go through here until we find one that says courage on it. I'm not sure. Attack isn't going to be a mushroom. Daisy Duck. Perhaps. Yes? Oh, whoa, there we go, Daisy Duck. Boom. Create the elixir. St. Quentin's Elixir. Boom. So we're going to tag this as St. Quentin's Elixir. We're going to put this over here in our potions pile. And we're going to stretch it a little bit. Hmm. 8 miles to the east of the Great Oak. Okay. We're gonna have to look at this again. Okay, Great Oak is right here, right? $17. What? Oh, come on. What's wrong with me? Why am I so bad at this? Okay, we're gonna go back to this. Well, he went and ate those bloody mushrooms, and of course now he's sick. Is there anything we can do? He's in such a bad way, and I'm worried about it. So, I don't know what Farmer's Worry is. We're gonna double check these. This just says that they're spongy. That's the one she gave us. Real Genji is the cure for that. I don't know. fuck it. We're gonna try. Sorry, we're gonna try roll Gensha for that. And collect those. Boom. Liverstone. Caution is advised when handling this plant due to the strong paralyzing agents contained within. The liverstone is a mushroom with pointed caps. It says lapis rigidum. So this is liverstone. Probably. I think this might be one where there's another one that fakes you out. There was a hateful man who I used to see around town, said postman David Schaefer. Isidore Burbage, he was called. I heard a rumor he got involved with a cult and they sacrificed him, but I don't know if that was true. Well, he was a villain who got what he deserved as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, he sucked. He didn't like cats. Sadgill Chalice. We already did that one on accident. We are going to do this one now. Give me a second, sorry. What? Really? I had to look this one up. So we're gonna go to Goes Forth. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, E11. Bam. What plants did we get? 2 goofy ad looking plants. Alright. Put that away. We're gonna take the next customer. I don't know if we need the Goes Forth thing anymore. We're gonna archive it. Well, let me archive it. Another body has turned up at a Lacombe. I haven't been to see it yet, and I can't say I'm looking forward to it, but they've identified it as a dryer hunter, a man named Forrest Vare. We have to do something. Verona tells me you are working on gathering the plants for a ritual that will help us defeat this creature. I want to help in any way I can. From what Verona told me, I think this might be one of the plants needed to perform the ritual, but I'm afraid I do not know where it can be found. Swift Snare. We got that probably. The Binder, Ankle Grabber, and Never Let Go are several of the names given to this plant that might give some clue as to its properties. Once ensnared, it is impossible to extricate oneself without help. Swift Snare has small heart-shaped leaves. Cool. Give me a second. I want to get the Dudon tributary. Am I misunderstanding what a tributary is? My goodness. Is there a second Dudon tributary? Really? Samuel Thomas. I'm visiting my grandmother up in Tibet, and I thought I'd take her favorite plant to cheer her up. It's blue with large flowers, and it smells lovely and fresh. My Nana calls it sweet breath. It's Palliance. It's always Palliance. It's never lupus, but it's always Palliance. Ooh, I didn't know that Flav raided. Oh, did he raid into me? I have no idea. I didn't know that. Ah, I didn't see that. I'm not following you, Podman. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We're gonna do this. We're doing ASMR today. I have raid alerts on. I didn't see that I had a raid. Did someone shout out the raiders? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It was shout out. I don't know why it didn't automatically do it. I'm a jerk. I suck. We're gonna keep going though. Oh, The redemption is at hand. We need you to prepare this elixir. With it we will lure the woken Dendru back to where this started. The Swinside Stone Circle. The Dendru was a god perverted by humanity, enslaved by mankind's wickedness and bent to its evil will. Imagine the glory it will bestow upon us when we set it free. Praise the Dendru. Dendru elixir. On Saturday, okay. So we're gonna do this. Okay, we're also gonna try and get to the what's it called? We're gonna try and figure this out. Give me a second. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna be honest and just look at a guide. What counts as the tributary source? Oh, sorry. Is this what a tributary is? What do we got here? Some kind of goofy plant. Alright, I'm gonna turn this down. We're gonna go over here. Actually, no, we're gonna do the Dendru elixir. The Dendru's elixir. The woken Dendru, also known as the servant, will be drawn to the fumes generated by this elixir and driven mad by thirst for it. If it drinks from it, it is thought that it will be able to break free of it the bonds of its servitude. No, this has not. Give me a second, sorry. No, this has not been attempted in living memory. 2 yellow berries. A heart-shaped leaf from a plant with bellflowers, a teaspoon of milky fungal residue. Well, we know where the milk is. Yellow berries, heart-shaped leaf from a plant with bellflowers. There's not that many plants with bellflowers. This has heart-shaped leaves. Here we go, Dendru's elixir. So we're going to mark that, and we're going to take it. The Dendru's elixir. There we go. Put that in the folder. Put that in the folder, and I think that's end day. Yeah, because on Saturday we're going to do what we need to do. We're going to open that up. Decay gives way to new growth from life, death. And this is the upside down. Behind the woman, a dark skeletal figure began to rise, and a low primal snarl sounded across the clearing. The shepherd turned and ran, cold fear coursing through his veins. He did not run for long. So of course we're going to go try and solve our tarot puzzle first. It says upside down. I'm going to have to try and read this. The cycle starts again west of White Scar by the river. I don't know where White Scar is. Remember, backseating is always very welcome on any Eldra Echo stream that isn't a collab. Let's see, White Scar, river, boom. Got it. The sun-bleached skull fixes me with its black-eyed gaze, a reminder. From the chest of the skeleton, a plant grows. some kind of goofy plant, right? I like that the plant art though matched the art that we were just shown. Close that up. And we're gonna allow someone to visit. It's David Shaver. I've lived in Undermere all my life and never seen the people as worried as they are now. Everyone's talking about the sisterhood and the servants. Someone needs to do something to stop that beast. Not me. I was speaking to a woman from Arnside who told me of a cave nearby that the locals stay away from. Apparently, there is a strange plant that grows there. But the cave is believed to be haunted. Unfortunately, she was vague about where the cave was. Somewhere to the east was all she would say when I pressed her. Warmest regards, Annis Duncan. So we're going to find Arnside and we're going to go to the east of Arnside. Don't say east. Yes, okay. White Scar Cave. A thick crack runs down the rock face, widening as it nears the ground. Just wide enough for a man to slip through, but there's a problem. A large boulder blocks the entrance, too heavy to move. They want Farmer's Word. We're going to try to use the mushroom. And turns out that is Farmer's Word. We're going to collect that. We have Twilight Lepiota, Crepusculum Lepiota. In the twilight, where shadows grow, take leaf and root and eye of crow, a plant of gloom and despair and dark magic. Do not be fooled by the pretty flower. The smell it gives off is quite foul. It says, I am surprised at how easily I am able to roll the boulder with the help of the farmer's worry. As my eyes adjust to the darkness, I discover several clusters of fungi growing there, reaching out desperately to the thin strip of light provided by the crack. Okay, we get 2 plants here, we get some mushies. We're gonna tag this as farmer's worry. Remove this down here, remove these other mushrooms up here. I'm gonna hit that bell. Why can't I remember? There was something important. I know there was. But there is only darkness now. She wants Sour Bandy. Let's see if that's Sour Bandy. It was. It's coming back. It happened in a dream. The woman in the jade mask was screaming at me to get out. Instead, I went deeper. I entered the mind of the creature. It was like slipping into a dark pool, icy cold with who knows what terrors lurking beneath the surface. I felt powerful. Then suddenly something happened. She tore me out and my mind went dark. I have not been myself lately. So we've identified the Sour Bandy correctly. We have Umbrella here. Powerful bomb against diseases of the heart, Sanium rubra. It will not be a cure once illness has set in, but it can ease pain and prolong life. Umbrella has long, rounded leaves and a flower that smells of strawberries. That's this, because this smells like strawberries. Umbrella. Boom. But, of course, we put a question mark just in case. We're going to move Sour Bandy to our odd flowers section. I told you we'd get a lot of plants. Close that down, boom. Alden Gregory. My wife of 30 years is dying. That is the truth of it, as painful as it is to say out loud. The doctors say there is nothing they can do, but I cannot sit by and wait for it to happen. A man at the hospital let slip about a plant-based elixir. I don't think he meant for me to hear it, but I did, and it's all I can think about. I understand the risks, but any price is worth paying if it means she doesn't have to die, please. I'm begging you. Yeah, elixir of the damned, alright. Hayridge. Pretty blue flowers line the stems of this sought-after plant. It's said that if you give Haverage to your beloved under the light of a full moon, you will both live long and blessed lives. This is clearly Haverage. We've seen it up close. But we're still gonna put a question mark. It looks identical. See this over here? Watch as I'm very wrong. Althea O'Shea. What a delightful shop you have. I'm only in town for a brief visit, but I heard I might be able to get a hold of some liverstone here. What do you mean that's not liverstone? Fine, is that liverstone? I guess this one's liverstone then. Tomb. Bacchusis pusilium. Pronounced tomb, this flower is sometimes associated with death. Tomb is used as a fragrance in soaps and candles. So this one's liverstone. And this one is definitely not. We're almost done, by the way. I can't control it anymore. This has all gone too far. I never meant for it to turn on my sisters. It's too strong. I'm trying to hold it back, but it wants to kill. That's all it wants. Death, death, and more death. You have to help me. Widow's Woe or Dead Man's Fingers? Let's find out what they do first. Because we're trying to cause some chaos here. Widow's Woe induces fear. Dead Man's Fingers strengthens resolve and the mind. I'm gonna do Dead Man's Fingers. Carnivorous Tauren. Known in the north as Andrew's Bane after the unfortunate demise of a man called Andrew Jardine. He was caught and slowly eaten alive by a large specimen of the Tauren. We have so the Tauren's gonna be the carnivore planet. Revered in the occult world, a cross-section of the Tauren stem reveals pentagonal symmetry. Hollis Gibb. There's been talk over the last few nights down the Royal Oak of a servant creature going around slaughtering people. I used to enjoy walking in the hills, but I daren't leave my house now. I decided to bring nature to me in the meantime. The glow of a few pixie lamps would surely warm my heart. We're going to use the glowhorn, and we've identified it correctly. Got a book entry for Pennybell. The leaves of the Pennybell, aka Primus Regi, are chewed by some for their hallucinogenic properties. However, it is highly addictive and can lead to sickness and death. So we're going to tag this as glowhorn, because it is the glowhorn, that's what it is. It's been officially tagged. You've been tagged. To the east of the castle, across the river, and through the mountain pass, it grows at the edge of the wood. She finally had the power she craved all these years, a servant to do as she willed. Well, that power came at a cost. The servant was awoken, and it would not be contained. It was the danger, the dread. It was death. Day 16, Saturday. I think this is the last day in the game. East of the castle. Across the river. To the east of the castle, across the river, through the mountain pass. It grows at the edge of the wood. There's multiple castles, though. But it's going to be a castle where you have to go to the east of the river. Okay. Across the river, through the mountain pass, it grows at the edge of the wood. I think this might be the one I accidentally solved already. Oh, this one actually will probably make more sense. East of the castle, across the river, through the mountain pass, it grows at the edge of the wood. Boom. There we go. The trees sway effortlessly in the cool breeze. The low hum of crickets chirping rides the wind. A sense of calm washes over me, and I'm rewarded with a new find. This was a K31. We're going to collect that. We got the Devil's Snare. And we're going to read our note. Where's the Dendro Elixir note? Because I need to take it to there on Saturday. Because we made this whole elixir, right? So we want to use it. Where is it? Because I'm supposed to take the elixir somewhere. Oops. It is time, says Verona Green. The servant is on the move again. Time to act. Meet me at the ritual site. I hope for all our sakes that you've been able to track down all the plants we need. Okay. Do I meet with the Seeds of Redemption, or do I follow Verona to perform the ritual? We're doing Seeds of Redemption. I forgot where to go for that, and I can't find the note for that. We're gonna go to L9. Swinside Stone Circle. When I arrive at the stone circle, Aelfred is already waiting for me. Behind him is a group of 500 figures, all bearing the now familiar mark of the Seeds of Redemption. Did you bring the elixir? We only have one chance at this. It has to be now. Yeah, buddy. I hand over the bottle of brown liquid, and Aelfred snatches at it greedily. The redemption is at hand, my brothers and sisters. Praise the Dendru. Bring forth the receptacle. A shallow iron bowl is brought forward and placed in front of Aelfred. He mutters some words and pours the brown liquid into the vessel. As he chants softly, a thin tendril of gray smoke begins to ascend slowly at first, and then rising with his voice, stronger and stronger, until it is a whirling vortex, 20 feet high. The minutes stretch out as I wait with apprehension for what is to come, but nothing happens. Eventually, Aelfred speaks again. It is done. Now we wait. An hour later. Magic, they made it in real time. The sun is hanging low in the sky when we finally hear it. A long, low growl that sends shivers down my spine. Moments later, the woman in the jade mask appears at the western edge of the circle, and then, towering behind her, its head showing above the treetops, the skeletal silhouette of the servant. It looks like someone from Princess Mononoke. O glorious one, in your name we set you free. Drink the offering and become redeemed. Huh. You think it is that easy? You think you can say a few words and override the bond? The servant is mine. At that, the beast lets out a terrifying roar and charges towards the group. Aelfred shrieks in terror and leaps to the side as a long black limb crashes down on the spot where he stood, sending the heavy iron bowl flying into the air. One braver member of the group stands his ground as the others flee. I am not afraid, I will be, but we never know what he would be, because with a single swipe of its arm, the servant splits the man in two mid-sentence. The woman in the jade mask turns toward me, and unnervingly the servant mirrors her movements. I have much to thank you for, Horticulturalist. The seeds of redemption, these fools, they were ready to unleash an unimaginable terror on this world. This servant that they worship so much, all it wants is blood, and I'm the only one who can hold it back. She turns and walks slowly away, the servant following in that unsettling mirrored fashion. My attention is drawn to the body on the floor a few meters away from where I stand. The ground is soaked in blood. Friday. I have had some time to reflect on the events of the last few weeks. With our leader dead and our cause in tatters, the seeds of redemption has disbanded. Verona and Reuben have made it clear that they want nothing more to do with me. They do not understand what we were trying to achieve. They do not understand that the Woken Dendru cannot, will not be tamed. The woman in the jade mask may have some hold over it for now, but I know she won't be able to hold it forever. For myself, I have retreated to strange horticulture for the time being. Nobody comes to the shop anymore, which suits me fine. I will stay out of sight. The Woken Dendru will shake off its shackles sooner or later, and when it does, it will remember those who were loyal. Praise the Dendru. Defeated redemption. Ending 7. Bishop's Parasol. The redemption has failed, but we must not be dismayed. Reuben Ward, the investigator, was alive, unaware that the woman in the jade mask is his daughter Thea. Verona Green won't speak to us. Ennis Aelfred is dead. Forrest Vare is dead. Isidore Burbage was murdered by me. Thea Ward remains master of the servant, faced with the psychic. It still has terrible dreams, and Bethany Coleman, the sister, is alive and in my debt. And that is Strange Horticulture. Thank you very much for joining me today. I'm not going to be covering the rest of the endings because I want to make sure people really do check out the game and let me know if you play this game what ending you're going for. I'm also not going to play the epilogue because I don't want to spoil it for you. So we're going to exit to the desktop. We're going to raid out pretty soon. We're going to figure out who we're going to raid out into. I'm going to see who else is doing ASMR today. Oh, and we just got to follow just as we're about to raid out. Isn't it always like that though? So we're going to go to Twitch TV/. Who's live doing ASMR that I like? Is there anyone I know doing ASMR? Let's find out. Momosita VT is doing ASMR. We're going to raid out into her. Momosita VT. Give me a second. I don't actually know how to raid on. Let's see if this works. Momosita VT. Momosita Is this gonna work? Let's find out. Hello, hello. And we're gonna see if we can figure this out. Alright, sorry, I don't know how to use the raid command right now. I'm gonna figure it out though. Let's see, DVD. Okay, we're gonna do that. Okay. We're going to see if this raid works. And thank you again for joining me today. I had a lot of fun. I will be playing Strange Antiquities in the future. Alrighty. Don't forget, take care of yourselves. Alright? Thanks.